dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire untamed. The nation he loved now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror of truth. The ghost of our father screams for our youth.
Good evening. All right. Let's see. So, oh, that looks weird. Why does it look like that now? That's odd, because it didn't look that way before when I set this up. So, hold on a sec. Let me fix this. Let's see. We can fix it. Yes, we can. Let's see. Did that do it? Abe Reviews. All right. Actually, I gotta do it further than that. It's so weird. I was trying to make it look all snazzy. Didn't want to go on the camera as much tonight. Just ate some dinner. Sorry for the late stream, you guys. I was going to stream earlier, but I got busy and didn't have time till now. So, gotta let me know if the microphone's doing okay. No robo-abing or anything. And, well, hello, Law. Good to see you. Glad you're here. And good to see you, Long Haul Nate. And Never Lucky Rubber Ducky. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. All right. Yes, 16-bit Abe. You can thank Emmett for the creation of my Abe counterpart. I don't have the hat on. The hat does exist. I can put it on. Actually, here, we'll just see. Let me look at it real quick here. Boom. If I go here, let's see, does that do it? Put the hat on. It does. Look, there's my hat. Amazing, amazing. So, I'm using the virtual cam through OBS into Discord. If I need to use my camera, I can, but I didn't really want to for this evening specifically, so yeah, you know. Anyhow, I decided to review something that was sent to me by our good friend Long Haul Nate. He sent me a video to react to, which is a good one, I think. We need to be aware of what's going on in the world around us, and one of the things we all, I'm sure, have seen is the rise of movements that do damage to your civilization, whether it's a religious movement or a social justice movement or a race-based movement. They can do quite the damage, especially when their ideologies sink in deep and they are based on feelings rather than, say, duties or reality, I guess. Because as much as we know that our feelings are important and our emotions do lead us in certain ways, we have to remember that they can't be the arbiter of all things. Because we would do really screwed up things if we followed just our emotions. And, of course, biblically, we know better than that. We'll be led astray into sin if we don't guard ourselves, guard our minds and our hearts. So, yeah. I wouldn't say that I'm a VTuber now. I would say that, oh, thank you, Long Haul Nate. Gifted membership. I just didn't want to get on the camera. And Emmett made me this snazzy character that the mouth can move when I talk. And the eyes auto blink, which is pretty fantastic. So, but yeah, I thought it was cool. It's cool when, like, if I don't have a camera, I feel weird to not show anything and just like talk. I feel like people will be like, well, what the hell? He's not even on there. So at least this way there's something to represent me. And hey, it kind of looks like me. So yeah, there's that. I know Emmett said that he would hop on here as well to review with me this clip that we're about to review. Let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see. I'm going to put a goal here. Let's see. 10, 2. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, thank you, Long Haul Nate. Another gifted membership. I can't see who's getting them right now. I have to switch through my screens to do that. There we go. Stephen Acre? Stephen A. Acre? I'm not sure. And Fuzzy Balls. Good stuff. W. Long Haul Nate is a legend. Or Haul Long Nate, I should say. But, you know. Membership drive. Let's get our memberships up. Let's push. I know I've been a lot less active ever since mid-December when the power went out here because of that big storm that came through. And I think partially it's one, there was a lot of work to do after the fact. And then when you start building those habits of not being on, what is it, like they say 21 days or 15 days, whatever it is for habit building. And so every day that you don't, you get more apprehensive to stepping back into the thing you were doing previously. And so I definitely felt that, as well as just mental stuff like, oh, what do I talk about? I haven't been on in a long time. Do people even want me there? You're just weird questions you ask yourself. Is it worth it? Those kinds of things. But the truth is, it is worth it. And like I've said before, I want to drive for cultural change. And the only way to do that is to push for it, to speak out on it. And there's a lot of people out there, I think, that believe or think the exact same way that you or I may, that just don't hear it confirmed in public. They don't hear it on TV or in shows or any of the popular media that they're seeing. And so they just do what people basically of the left want and keep their mouth shut. They don't say, I don't think that's right, or I don't agree with that stance. Instead, they just don't say anything. And that's not because they're afraid. It's just because you don't want to stir the pot every time you're anywhere. And so they just don't. And they don't even realize that the truth is most of the media that exists today on television is based in a leftist paradigm or an anti-God paradigm, and that is destructive to your culture. So, yeah. Okay, so the thing that I would like to review is, I thought I had it loaded up, but I didn't. Let me grab it real quick. Is a video from Triggernometry's channel, and they did an interview with Helen Andrews, and the title is The Problem with Feminizing Society, Helen Adams. And so I wanted to go over this a bit, and I thought, Emmett's kind of like my wingman here on YouTube. We've become pretty cool with each other. I enjoy his company. And so, yeah, we're going to have him jump over at some point here. I think he was on Confluence's channel arguing about standards and people making claims about him based on arguments he makes rather than actually arguing the points. So he got heated on Confluences recently. And I think he was justified to get as heated as he did, because when you're arguing the point of whether or not there is like moral reasoning for treating animals like humans, and then somebody attacks you on your character and says that you seek to harm animals just for fun or whatever, they've now made it personal rather than keeping to the argument, right? Which is exactly what happened. And he decided he would take a stance against them for what they did in making him, attacking his character immediately, trying to call him immoral and other things. So, yeah. Fair is fair. So, and then, of course, they have a problem with him doing it back, because why would you lower your standards to what they did to you? And it's like, well, you insulted my character over a debate argument. So fair is fair. If the debate's going to take a turn into I'm an evil person because of this, well, then I can just say whatever about you because you have no evidence or justification for the claim you've made. So, look, that's what you get. Yep. So, let's see, I'll pull this up, and I'll also check to see what our good friend Emmett is doing. Don't forget to get yourself an Emmett today, by the way. Actually, before we do that, why don't we do this? One moment. I wonder if he's still arguing over it. Confluences with the guy that insulted him. Because he was in a heated argument with the same guy. Again, so fun. Why does it do this with shorts? Turned off the volume. Wasn't seeable. That's silly. That's just silly. Okay. Share screen. Just as a reminder, and since, I did invoke him. Good to slap around. He's so grounded, and Emmett is so great because he's really good to slap around. He's so grounded, and it makes it really fun to kick him because he can't go anywhere so long as he's grounded. He's like so grounded, he's got his legs stuck in the ground, so he can be slapped or kicked no matter what, and he goes nowhere. He just stays put. Like, perfect for being a punching bag. I mean, have you ever had a punching bag, you hit it, and it just goes flying off into the middle of nowhere? Yeah, that sucks, okay? Because then you have to fetch the bag. You don't want to fetch the bag. You want something you can hit repeatedly, and it just stays put. That's Emmett. Emmett is the bag that stays put, and you can just keep hitting. And he only gets better as he's hit. He gets more brown. So I don't know how you can beat a bag that you can beat while it can't move, and it gets more color as it's hit. It's magic. It's magic, and everybody needs a bag they can hit repeatedly that never leaves. So get yourself an Emmett today. Something you can just smack and ground, throw rocks and give hot dogs to. That's all you need. Emmett. Oh, man. That's fantastic. It's so fantastic. Oh, man. So, side note, because if you weren't there, you don't know. Somebody paid a small donation to have me say something nice, or they said compliment Emmett for 5 minutes. And so that's what ended up happening from that. So it was pretty funny. It cracked me up a bit. Let's see. Yeah. It's cracks me up. Cracks me up. It was well spent for sure. Like, I don't think anybody could have expected what was going to happen from that. And I didn't even know what I was going to do when it came in. But when you're put on the spot and you just start thinking random things to say, that's what came out. And it was pretty freaking funny. The panel's just laughing their butts off. Emma's sitting there like, what the hell? Why are you saying that? It was pretty funny. I'd like to clip the whole thing and turn it into an infomercial. Like, even add the beginning music in a jingle or something, and then put the whole Emmett commercial and then a closeout. It would be so good. Yeah, everybody wants an Emmett. I mean, why wouldn't you? Okay, let's get the thing that we're going to review. There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, I suppose I can start with Adam, and if he shows up, then he can jump in. Thank you again, Long Haul Nate, with another gifted sub. Ladies and gentlemen, get those memberships so you can use our awesome emojis. You got the generic hat emoji. You've got the Abe in the D&D gear with his sword. You've got me, Abe, being a goofball. You've got, of course, people's favorite, Dark Abe. You've got a random ox cat with antlers. You have Doom, of course. You've got the big green W for the win. You got my trusty axe when people need to axe a question or get axed from a show. And of course, 4 score. Another one and another one. Man. All along, Nate, with another gifted sub. Thank you, Nate. Thank you very much. All right. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I suppose we should get this cart on the move and see what needs looked at here. I haven't pre-watched this, by the way. Just so everyone's aware. I have no idea what they're going to say or what exactly it's all about, but I'm interested to critique and or listen to what they have to say. Ah, I see. Blood Logo says he couldn't make it very far in this one. Well, I suppose we'll have to see what's said, because I may agree with you, I may disagree. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I agree with the sentiment. We need to stop feminizing everything. Obviously, that's detrimental. You can't have a society with just the feminist or the femme side. So we have to have masculine leadership. We have to have masculine leadership both in the household and the nation. So here we go.
The channeling of so many women of childbearing age into the workforce has had 2 really big, potentially civilization-ending consequences. One is the one I've been talking about, which is the feminization of institutions. The other is declining birth rates. That, too, can cause the end of your civilization. I don't think wokeness is an ideology. If it's an ideology, the way we get rid of it is by having better arguments. But if wokeness is an inevitable result of demographic feminization, then we really can't trust that wokeness is over.
Wow.
Relax, relax. This is not an ad. I just wanted to let you know that you can watch this video without any advertising at all. No interruptions, no pop-ups, nothing. Just go to triggerpod.co.uk or click the link below. Is one of the reasons that there's a lot of debate and discussion. And it's basically, I mean, I'll let you say it in your own words, but it's kind of a little bit about how the fact that women now control or at least represent the majority of the employees at many institutions is one of the reasons that society has gone the way it has. Is that fair?
I think that's fair to say. Some people have reacted to the piece by, acting as if I'm saying women cause all the problems in the world. I'm definitely not saying that, but I am saying that feminization has caused one specific particular problem, and that is wokeness.
So interesting side note, during this video, I don't know how many of you are will actually read through a full book, but there's a book written by Rachel Wilson about occult feminism, and it talks about some of this very topic, but it's not specifically on the workforce, but more about the spread of Christianity in the West, specifically like the U.S. During the time of women's suffrage and all of that. So yeah, it probably goes hand in hand with some of this topic in big ways. So if you have an interest in it, you should check it out.
A lot of people, I was baffled by the woke phenomenon. Why did everyone seemingly go crazy all at once in the summer of 2020? It was inexplicable. It seemed to be mass hysteria, genuinely. And the more I thought about what caused it, which is a very important question, because if we...
See, I think that's a funny claim. 2020 is not when anything started. It was just an unleashing of what already was moving. We already saw everything that was building and moving this direction long before. It just got widened because of everybody's having to be shut up in their homes. Nobody can go anywhere. And then you have mass communications through digital means. And then you have all the explosions of events that happened where toxic compassion could just be splayed over on the top of it. And so, thank you, Buddha Customs. Well, I don't think he follows, unless he's following you in the truck. I don't think he's following you on channels, because I think he's on many. I've seen him in many places. It seems you guys enjoy the same places. Anyhow, yeah, I don't think it started in 2020. I think 2020 is just when it got noticed more, because it became far more visible than it had been in recent past.
Know what causes it. We know how to prevent it from happening in the future. I read an article that someone else wrote that put forward a really simple, elegant thesis, which is that wokeness is simply feminine patterns of behavior applied to institutions where women had not been very well represented until recently. Women tend to be more consensus-focused, consensus-oriented. Men, when they're approaching a moral question, will ask, what are the facts? What are the rules? Whereas women will say, what are the relationships at play here? How can we make everybody happy? Mm-hmm. How can we reach an outcome that will satisfy all the parties? As opposed to the male perspective of how do we reach an outcome that is just and according to the rules. That sounded a lot like wokeness to me. And the sort of piece that made it all click into place for me was the coincidence of timing.
So, okay, I kind of agree with what she's saying here. I think that definitely it has those trademark pieces of people orientation or social orientation. The problem is that it's not just a natural care for the social. It's a weaponized use of the natures, right? And so when you take the nature of the woman and then you put it in a place where it has to supersede logical, fact-based choice-making, when government, business, all of these things. I'm not saying that no woman can have any sense in that. I'm saying that if you put the woman's nature to care and to to have compassion and all of these things in places that you don't want those things to rule, you obviously are going to have a problem. And I think that they got put on a pedestal above everything else. Compassion for the sake of compassion rather than laws and upholding what we ought do. And so when you put it in that position of control, and it will give forgiveness for even the worst offense because of somebody's, say, skin color or somebody's sex or somebody's whatever, then you have a problem now.
Is the case, just we can all agree as a matter of fact, that a lot of institutions that went woke or were affected by wokeness became demographically female in the last 5 years. Law schools in America turned majority female in 2016, and they've gotten a little bit more female every year since then. I think now it stands at 55, 56%. The New York Times became majority female in its workforce in 2018, which is maybe why it was so susceptible to the fads of wokeness and the internal policing and the Slack revolts that took place internally over there. Medical schools are now majority female. The white-collar workforce...
And this makes a ton of sense too, right? Because if you have a bunch of guys going to college to get a degree in, say, law, or going to work at a newspaper, and slowly but surely it becomes majority female, what's going to happen is their way of combating or explaining or arguing a point or trying to actually, gain footing, so to speak, in promotions is going to be based on the way that things should be for a well-run business. Whereas, like she just said, if you've got all these back end Slack messages of all the women in the entire business trying to make decisions and arguing things out, well, now that guy who doesn't look to consensus for decision making in everything he does, he looks for, well, what's the best thing I can do in this situation because of these factors, then obviously the man is going to feel like this is not where I should be. I have no way to even combat what's happening. And on top of that, I can get hit for every bad thing. Any woman who works here can say that I'm doing something that maybe I'm not doing, or maybe they're perceiving I'm doing even if I'm not doing it. And that could be used as grounds for your firing or for you to get written up repeatedly or something like that. And that is a huge problem. Long Haul Nate with the Big Five. 2020, Gen Z hit the post-college job market. 50 years of feminized education hit pandemic. Perfect storm. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. You had generation after generation of it building, and then you have the events of 2019 and 2020 and the summer of love and everything else. And all of that stuff went into full action during that time for sure. And thank you again, Long Haul Nate, for 5 more gifted subs. Haul Long Nate. I keep saying Long Haul Nate because it's easier to say and my brain automatically changes it. But man, she's way off further in. Is that what you think? I'll have to keep watching, but I'm saying that there is at least a little bit of agreement thus far with some of the things that she's saying. But she hasn't given reasoning yet. She's only given what she's noticed. So I'll listen to see what she says, and we'll dice it up if we have to.
Overall, employees in the United States with college degrees, a majority of them are women. And management positions in the U.S. workforce, 46% female, so almost majority female. So the fact that all of these institutions tipped over to being majority female around the same time that wokeness emerged seemed to me that couldn't possibly be a coincidence.
And there's so many questions within that. I guess the first stress test of this argument would be, well, they were also very close to being majority female 10 years prior to that, right? So does going from 48 to 52%, is that really such a major shift that it would cause something as dramatic as that?
Well, you'd be surprised. I thought that the higher education workforce, professors in the United States would have gone female ages and ages ago. But it actually only tipped female in 2023. So we think of feminization as something that happened a long time ago, but it really does take a certain amount of.
So, Blood Logo says, wokeness isn't a female trait. It's the result of bad ideas of leftist intellectuals, mostly male ones. I would agree with that sentiment, Blood Logos, but I think that those those traits that you're speaking of are utilized specifically to weaponize the females in the public. So they take these ideas, they wrap them up, and they bundle them, knowing that the effect they will have is going to affect the young and the women of the society. Because if you can pull the young, they're going to continue to follow. And if you can pull the women, then they'll turn against their men. And by that time, you've utilized their compassion, their kindness, and their caring for others, and then you've sewn in every other piece of discord, discontent, and degeneracy, and you've won over 2/3 of the population at that point. Well, now the men just have to either war against the entirety of the system, or just let it happen because they're not willing to do anything. So I think that you're right, but I think from the outside perspective, it's just going to look like feminism itself and women's movements have done this.
Time for time to pass and older generations to retire. But I think the reason why attaining a critical mass of women has such a dramatic effect is that we're not talking about individual differences between individual men and individual women, but differences in group dynamics.
Another one. Thank you.
For example, you might be able to say from the perspective of psychology as a discipline that women tend to be more emotional than men and men tend to be more rational, or any kind of generalization about men and women might have a certain.
Okay, I totally agree with that, Blood Logos. I would totally agree with that. If there is a nature, right, like I've said already, if the nature is the helpmate, and you're showing that helpmate every other way to be helpful, like the serpent, and they're following it, then their nature is being misled by the evil that is leading them. And so I would agree with that. It's very much that too. And what's funny about it, I think, is you see the same kind of lies from the left that is exactly what the serpent did in the garden, right? The lust of the eyes, pride of life, all of those things. Everything's about doing whatever you want and being happy. And it's literally the lie that was given by the serpent in the garden. And yeah. But I do agree with that. You can't blame Eve for the fall of Lucifer and his lies to her solely, at the very least.
Amount of empirical support based on surveys. But at the end of the day, those differences are not massive, right? Like female support for free speech is greater or is less than male by double digits, but not, it's not like night and day. But when it comes to group dynamics, how does an organization function? How does an institution deal with conflict? When you're talking about those kinds of things, those tend to be more binary. Like either you solve your conflicts within an organization in a masculine way or in a feminine way. Either open conflict is something that your institution will tolerate or it's not. So that's the kind of thing where once you get a critical mass, you really kind of have to pick which one you're going to do.
Well, you mentioned consensus and sort of empathy and including all perspectives. That really isn't what happened with wokeness, though, is it? Because it was more like, we've come to a new consensus and anyone who doesn't agree is going to get killed, basically. Is that really, I mean, that might be the way women deal with this on a group basis. I don't know. You tell me.
No, it's hard to verbalize some of these differences because it might be a convenient shorthand to say men are more comfortable with conflict than women. And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? But A famous psychology study. Very often, if you're studying gender differences, and you're a psychologist, the way you'll do your study is you'll just go to a playground and watch the kids playing and observe and count up how many times somebody hits somebody else or something like that. And there was an experiment of that type done, I believe, in Scandinavia, and it had a really funny outcome.
Before she goes forward with that, I gotta wonder, this seems like it could be effective, but it negates all of the lifelong lessons learned by people over time. And so like you could do that. You can watch children behavior and their dynamics in the difference in sex, but that like negates all of the lessons learned through interaction with people the rest of that child's life, which seems really crazy to me. So, yeah. You could say that, Jared. You could, but here's the issue. I don't know that we have. I don't know that God spoke to Eve in that way. He spoke to Adam in that way. And if Adam is the head of the house and he spoke to Adam, then it's Adam's responsibility to make sure that Eve doesn't eat the fruit. And the lies came from Lucifer, not from Adam or Eve. So the father of lies told the lies. He committed the evil. So I'm not saying that that's like justification for doing the wrong thing, but that's where it came from, right?
The psychologists observed the kids playing and counted up how many fights they had. And they said, okay, we observe that the men fight a lot more than the girls. But then as a supplement, they decided to confirm their observations by talking to the kids and saying, how many fights did you have today, Billy? Or how many fights did you have today, Sally? And
all along, Nate, with another 5. Holy smokes.
They found that the girls reported having just as many fights as the men. The level of conflict, male and female, on that schoolyard was exactly the same. But their observations had failed to record any of the female conflicts because when they asked the girls, oh, you had a fight today, what did that entail? It was things like Megan said she was going to tell everybody they couldn't be my friend anymore.
Which is where words of violence comes from, would be, I imagine, your argument.
That's right. That's right. And one of the most consistent psychological differences between men and women is women have a strong impulse of caring, right? Which is exactly, I'm not somebody who looks to evolutionary biology for the solutions to all human phenomena, but this particular one does seem glaringly Darwinian, right? That women see helpless things and they want to take care of them. That is definitely something that Darwin would find a pretty easy explanation for. But that's also something that wokeness can easily weaponize. It means that if you can frame your political issue as a way of caring for some helpless class, then you're golden, right?
Minorities are babies.
That's right. But that is precisely.
So just make everything that isn't in power the child you must care for, right? Play on the nature. And then what? Yeah. Exactly. Hello, Fizzy.
What's going on at a deeper level. And that's why it's been so effective.
And Helen, your article, and I encourage everyone to read it, it's fascinating whether you agree or disagree with it, but you cited one particular case, which is the former president of Harvard. So let's talk about that because you use it as the main example for the thrust of your argument.
That's right. This was back in 2005. So this is before anybody had ever heard of wokeness. Now,
and Blood Logos, I would agree with you. I've seen plenty enough to say that what I see is the left, especially leftists, like all the way in, isn't political in nature. It's like far worse than that. It's ideology based and Luciferian in its nature. So like I watched one thing, like a full breakdown, and he was talking about how we have to stop calling it the left, because when it's evil, you call it evil. You don't call it a different name and try to trick people into believing they should follow it. And it was pretty true, like across the board in the way that it's effectuated.
I don't know if your listeners in the UK will be familiar with Larry Summers, but he was at that time probably one of the 10 most powerful people in the country. He was not just the president of Harvard. He had also been in Bill Clinton's cabinet. He had been at the World Bank. He was an academically eminent economist, very well connected in the Democratic Party, just a really powerful guy. He was invited to give a speech at a conference on female underrepresentation in science and math, and he decided to deliver his remarks off the cuff and to be really... And actually, if you know anything about Larry Summers, he has a reputation for being a really blunt guy. He's somebody who does not suffer fools gladly. So when you're getting the blunt Larry Summers, you're really getting something quite direct. But the talk was supposed to be off the record. And that's important to emphasize, that the women who listened to what he said and took it to a reporter were violating the rules that they had undertaken to follow when they attended. Anyway, he said that female underrepresentation in the hard sciences was attributable to a lot of different factors, not necessarily just prejudice or bias or the patriarchy not thinking ladies can be scientists. There is a difference of aptitude at the very, very, very high ends. If you're talking about people who are going to be tenured at MIT, that's the way out at the end of the bell curve, and there tend to be more men out there than women. And also differences in taste. That is, women tend to gravitate towards professions and fields where they get to deal with people, as opposed to something really cold and abstract like physics. Not to say that no women do, but that is the tendency. So women who are way out there at that end of the bell curve and have the aptitude for a career in hard science would maybe gravitate to something like medicine as opposed to something like physics. So Larry Summers said all this, and there were a bunch of lady scientists.
Yeah, that would be, I would think, if she is not in any way of religious or Christian based viewpoints, then she's going to draw from the only thing that she's got. And if that is, if that's an appeal to the secular world, then this is for her what would make sense, what she sees happening and why. I think obviously it's deeper than that, but at least she's calling out the issues that are seen. Now, her diagnosis and her reason for it may be incorrect, but the calling out of it is need, right? So that's why we can pull it up and watch it and go, well, this is what we think is actually going on. But yeah.
In the audience who said, "How dare you?" And they gave quotes to a reporter, something like, "I felt like I was going to throw up," or "I thought I was going to black out." And it became a huge controversy. And there were a lot of other controversies during Larry Summers' tenure as president of Harvard. So that was not the only thing that brought him down, but it was definitely at the very top of the list. And about a year later, he resigned.
And what's really interesting is with that case, and now I don't doubt that it caused a massive stir when he went on and basically went, "I'm going to freestyle and deliver truth bombs to all of you. So here we are, enjoy it." But he's also, if you get to be president of Harvard, you are going to make enemies aplenty. In order to get to that position, you're going to have to fire people, antagonize people, because that's just the nature of the job. So he would have had loads of enemies who were willing just to pounce at that particular moment, surely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm trying to remember some of the other controversies that have attended Larry Summers' career. And I believe one from his tenure at the World Bank was when he said, "Are we sure we want to really, really enforce labor laws against having sweatshops in third world countries? Because isn't having sweatshops good for them sometimes? I mean, it leads to economic development." He phrased it in a really blunt way. So like, this is a guy who has a history of putting his foot in his mouth in a way that I frankly find really admirable.
Yeah, but certain people don't. So then has that...
Okay, so Fuzzy Ball says, if feminists had their way, there would be no more babies and the human race die out. I would say if the ideology was followed fully, yes, that's that is true, because if you look at the tenements, the manifestos, the doctrines written out by the feminist movement, you would see that they don't want any nuclear family. They want women in positions of high power. They want to put off having children until you're ready, which generally speaking would be at the end of a career, and that's in your 50s or 60s, or at the very least late 40s, and that becomes geriatric and either impossible or extremely dangerous. And so, yeah, in almost every way, if you go back and look at people like Margaret Sanger or any of those who were a part of the greater movement, they would say that. And Margaret Sanger, if you didn't know, basically abandoned her own children and husband and moved all over the place, and then helped create Planned Parenthood and tried to push the high baby ending movement the whole rest of her life. And she was in with Satanists and occultists and witchcraft and everything that stood against Christianity. And then she helped friends of hers found and build new Christian centers that weren't Christian. They were teaching occultism in the church. And so absolutely the movement has pushed for basically anti-human, anti-child, anti-natalist everything ever since. And so, yeah, that seems to be the truth of that ideology.
Been extrapolated right the way through society, essentially, is your argument.
That was one of the first times that a cancellation happened, that people heard somebody say something offensive, pitched a little fit, and managed to rob this person of his job. And the particular aspect of it that seemed so full of foreboding looking back is that there was no attempt to debate the issue rationally. There were plenty of people, even people on the Harvard faculty, with eminent expertise in the relevant scientific fields, willing to stand up and say everything Larry Summers said was perfectly within the scientific mainstream. Greater male variability hypothesis, that's, everybody thinks that. So there were people willing to say he's right on the facts. Criticize him all you want for his tone, but he was right on the facts. And the women who went after his job were not willing to have that debate. They were not willing to talk about it rationally. They just said, I'm offended. I felt like I was going to black out. He was invalidating my career. This is everything I worked for. Very much a feelings over facts kind of thing. And so I don't mind if there are people who are feminists or who have different political views to those that I have, but it's important that we be able to debate
Big
them.
10 from
right,
Nate.
that we have rational.
Nate says, share this out, call in some friends. Fortunately or unfortunately, you are my friend group. I will drop memberships every 5 minutes as long as we have 90% likes to viewers ratio. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it greatly.
Arguments, and this was one of the first instances where people just said, no, I'm not gonna debate it. I'm just gonna say I'm offended, and that's gonna be the end of the story.
Because Jordan Peterson used to talk.
Okay, so I think the event she's talking about is from 2016, and she's saying that people came for his job because of what he said, even though the facts were correct, but they weren't willing to debate it. Instead, it was, I'm offended that he would say these things, and so he needs to be taken out of the position he's held. So, if the facts are correct, you have to actually argue why the thing shouldn't be done or shouldn't be even talked about. You can't just say, I'm offended, and leave it at that. If that's the case, then yeah, that is definitely a move towards ending careers over what people feel or what they see things as. So, yeah.
A lot about this, where he used to talk about one of the ways that females try and destroy or attack other people isn't through the physical realm, it's through reputation destruction. And this is essentially what you're talking about, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
This episode of Triggernometry is brought to you
Another
by
one.
Next
Thank you,
Insurance.
Nate.
When we started Triggernometry, it was just us. No investors, no safety net, just two guys trying to build something. If you run a small business, you know how much there is to handle. Budgets, staff, equipment, taxes, and yes, insurance. Next makes that last part simple. You can get the right coverage in minutes, buy it online, and download your certificate of insurance instantly. This episode. And one of the other things, I don't know if, I hope I'm not revealing anything that I shouldn't in terms of, because I can't remember if this is something I heard Jordan say publicly or privately, but I don't think he'd mind me sharing this. I mean, one of the things he talked to me about was the fact that the female mind sort of has three categories for other human beings. One of them is baby, i.e. infant needs care. Another one is caregiver, i.e. spouse, you know, mother-in-law, etc. And then it sort of kind of makes sense to treat everybody else as a potential enemy just from a safety perspective. Well, you don't know them, so you might as well make sure that you are extra careful. And what you do with the enemy, if you establish that they're the enemy, is you...
See, I don't remember or know if Jordan Peterson actually said that, but I would disagree with that assessment. I would say that there's more than three, but those are good, like, overarching categories you could see people seeing it as, right? From the female side, because it would make sense in a survival type situation. But in others, it would be like, I don't think so, because otherwise that would not show through to the reality that we live in, right? Good to see you, not Voltaire. But that wouldn't even make sense for the world that we're currently living in. Otherwise, we would still have some cohesiveness in family groups and a far lower issue with the rates we see things at today. If it was caregivers, babies, and enemies, then we would have a huge swath of completely unnatural events happening. And we know that, if nothing else, human nature is somewhat predictable. So if that's the case, then there has to be at the very least a fourth, which would be like the suitor position or something like that.
Get away, and if you can't, you destroy them somehow, right? And if we accept your thesis, which is women and minorities fit the infant category, then anyone who appears to in any way be not on board with eternal empowerment, let's call it that, they would automatically go in the enemy box.
Mhm.
And then what happens to Larry.
Yeah, I like Jordan Peterson a lot. I think he's a very wise person. But to be honest, this sort of mythology of gender differences was never something that interested me. It was never a topic that I ever anticipated I would be writing about. It's just not my cup of tea, because it seems like a kind of debate that goes in circles and has gone in circles for centuries. There have been battles between the male and the female since the dawn of time, since before the dawn of time. The primates, there are battles between men and women. It's definitely a topic of debate that has been returned to and recycled over the centuries. The reason why this feminization thesis kind of sparked my interest in a way that gender dynamics in general never really did is that it is something unprecedented. It is that miraculous thing, something in the gender.
Yeah, I would have to say on that note, that's because of a modern sway or a modern framing of everything, right? Like even her own word usage right there. She was never interested in the gender divide or the gender battle. Well, that's a completely new estimation of the thing, right? Because as we may all be human, we're not the same sex. And there is a difference there. But if you turn it into gender, then you put it into wishy-washy land, and it doesn't actually have the same meaning that it does when it's like the battle of the sexes or something like that, because there's an actual physical, biological difference in the two. Not just the gender, because that word has become was or is a pseudonym for man, woman, male, female. And by changing it from the battle of sex to the battle of gender, you literally lose the weight of the thing. And she says, you know, monkeys, female and male, have been at war, and humans have for all time. But the truth is, I think that that's not the case. I think the case is we knew the difference most of history. And it isn't until modern times where everybody's being convinced that, oh, we're all the same and we can all do the same stuff because we're interchangeable widgets has become the norm. And I don't think that that's true, but it is what's pushed now. The entire LGBT plus leftist culture has men and women acting in the devouring mother role, all for selfishness of public adulation. Yep. I agree. We're not monkeys. But my point in the statement that I made was that female and male are different, whether it's humans or lions, whether it's humans or insects, whether it's humans or monkeys. It doesn't matter. There's a difference because they're not the same. And their roles aren't the same. Their natures aren't the same, right? So to act like there's always been a battle between them, well, if there's any battle, it's because the roles and the natures are different. And until, I don't know, 100 or 200 years ago, we knew that difference. Other than, say, like cults that were goddess worshippers or something like that, most of humanity knew the difference. That's why armies have always been the men. That's why things have functioned the way they have until modern era. So, and yeah, I get where you're going with that, Blood Logos, because if you take her word for it, or somebody that's into, like, what was it, psychology, but the kind that goes all the way back and looks at all the structures like Jordan Peterson does, then you're saying that humans were originally monkeys, which is not true. But if that's their perspective, then it makes sense why she would make that leap. But my statement would be that male and female are different, period. And so even if you look into the animal kingdom, it still exists that male and female are different. Yes, I agree. And she'll continue to appeal to evolution so long as she believes that that is true, right? Just like any other person in the fields that believe that to be the case. So, but I would say that it does at the very least highlight the point that that perspective is, well, we're always at war because, you know, we're the same but different. But we're not the same but different. We're different but different, you know?
Wars that is truly new. We have never, no civilization on the planet has ever had a situation where they can look forward to a day when a majority of judges are going to be female. Or they can anticipate a day not too long from now when the majority of legislators in their parliament are going to be female, when they have female police chiefs in their largest cities, or, you know, the legal profession in general is on its way to being majority female. That is something unprecedented. So it's really not that surprising and shouldn't really be that controversial to say that something no civilization in human history has ever faced is posing new problems that we haven't seen before.
And how do you frame this in your mind? Are you saying, well, look, we're rebalancing society, and as a result of this, we will have institutions and discourse and a way of doing politics and a way of doing many things that is more female, and, you know, we're rebalancing society, and that's great? Or that like any change, that causes problems, but it also brings benefits? Or is your contention that the increasing feminization of institutions is in and of itself a negative because that way of doing things is less suited to the purpose of those institutions? Because those are very different perspectives.
That's right. It's all about the purpose of the institution. So you have to judge it on a case-by-case basis. The most feminized profession in America today is veterinary medicine. All of the veterinarians in America are ladies now. I don't know why that happened, but 80% of students at veterinary schools are women now. It's possible that has had catastrophic effects that I'm not aware of, but I'm pretty comfortable with that. I don't think that's going to lead to the end of civilization, because there's nothing about feminine modes of interaction that is contrary to the essence of veterinary medicine. However, I think if you're a university, that might be one where if you have modes of group interaction that are oriented towards conformity and consensus, that's not compatible with what a university is supposed to do. A university is supposed to be a safe place for prickly, eccentric characters who believe things that nobody else believes because they've studied an issue really hard and they're, disagreeable. That's the university should be a place for them. And if you're now running your English department in a way that you no longer tolerate characters of that description, that seems like a problem. In the case of business, that's one where I can imagine some businesses where feminine modes of interaction would be an advantage and would lead your business to flourish. I can imagine other businesses where the HRification of the workplace is a major roadblock.
I can't see how it would be a positive thing at all, actually. Like, complete unsureness of authority and what it is and is not acceptable in the setting, and then the ability to be destroyed for anything you do or say, so long as enough people disagree with it, that are people that aren't even over your position, but rather supposed to be taught by your position. That's a crazy, crazy stance.
And makes it really hard for your business to do the things it was designed to do. So in my perfect world, there would be room for both. We would, it's a big world out there. Everybody can find the kind of workplace that is most compatible with their own preferences. The problem is that in the United States right now, there are a lot of legal thumbs on the scale that tend to really, really empower the HR lady in your office and give her a veto power of everything that anybody does who works at your company. And that has led to a feminization of every workplace, every large institution in America. So I think that is a thumb on the scale that makes it hard for institutions that might be more suited to masculine modes of interaction to pursue them. So, yeah, and it has to be judged on a case by.
So, like, mostly all things, basically.
Case basis. There are examples of feminization that are fine. There are examples of feminization that are advantageous. So you just have to judge it against whether or not it serves the purpose of the institution, and also whether or not that feminization was naturally occurring or whether it was just the HR lady coming in and ruining things for everybody.
Well, in terms of the HR lady thing, I totally get what you're saying. On the one hand, I also think, look, I'm 42 years old. Within my lifetime, there would have been male bosses who would go around slapping their secretaries on the ass. And that was the culture and that business,
That would be because, again, they were added to the workplace, right? Prior to that time, they weren't prevalent in the workplace where that wouldn't have happened, right?
you might say, well, that business made more money and it was much more concerned about, profits, and it didn't care about, somebody had the wrong opinion and people weren't getting canceled.
Nate with the 10 says, she doesn't seem to understand the force doctrine. She's still arguing from the idea that this comfortable world will continue to get more comfortable. Yeah, it seems that there's like a complete miss in modernity that this is that cycle that we kind of already know exists, where the more comfortable it gets, the more the entirety of the system degrades into mush. And then it has to fall to pieces completely and reform. And the more that we allow it to degrade, the worse it's going to be for everyone, and the worse it will be when it has to reform. So, yeah, that's true too. Blood. She also completely ignores the laws and government overreach.
But maybe that was a good thing to address.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think sexual harassment is very bad. Good that we have laws against it. But I think the some of the reaction to the article I wrote that was negative came from people who just really don't know what the law mandates today. People out there who read it did not believe me when I said that you can be sued for not hiring enough women at your company and for not promoting enough women at your company. But that is truly the case. One of the most famous gender discrimination lawsuits in American history was the Sears case, which was launched by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission in 1980.
She kind of looks like an old
Sears,
woman,
the big
but
retailer.
somehow
Specifically,
she's
they
young.
alleged that Sears was channeling women into non-commission sales positions and away from the commission sales positions, which tended to be more irregularly remunerated because it's a commission sales position. So you had good months and bad months, but you generally got higher pay. Sears responded to this lawsuit by saying, look, the statistical disparity is there.
Thank you again,
You're
Nate.
right. Our
5
female
more
employees
gifted
tend to
subs.
prefer lower paying but more stable remuneration packages. We've tried to get them interested in this one and they just won't do it. But the EEOC said, no, it's only because you are biased against women
Please.
that you have the statistical disparity. And the thing that makes the Sears case so famous
Oh, you
in
got
the annals
Craig,
of these
though.
lawsuits is that their case was entirely statistical, purely statistical. They did not have a single woman who claimed to have been discriminated against at Sears. All the women that Sears called said, we love it. We love this company. They're really great. They're a great place for a woman to work. Now, eventually, after 6 years, a judge ruled in Sears's favor. So Sears.
So is that the case, basically, where an external group is like looking in on a business and saying, well, this is discrimination, even though there is no viewable discrimination and no complaint from the employees. Nobody who works there is complaining about the discrimination. And yet this external group decides, because it doesn't like what the company's doing, they're going to petition and make legal suit against this place, trying to topple and destroy a business because they think what that company is doing is discrimination. Even though the employees are saying, no, we're not discriminated against. We actually really like this job. That sounds to me like an external group that wants to impose its will on that business. And because the business won't go along with it, they're going to topple the business if they can. It's the same thing with a man in a position of power who has people that don't have anything to do with him trying to destroy his life because they don't like what he is or how he works or what he stands for. So, not a great thing. And a huge problem with the way that things are becoming.
won that case. The EEOC did not prevail in their purely statistical case, but it took Sears a lot of money to defend against that lawsuit. It did drag on for 6 years. It was not like they said to them on day one, if you don't have a client, you don't have a case. And the way that the law resolved this question of whether you could have a purely statistical case was to say it can't be just statistics. You do need somebody who claims to have been discriminated against, but it can be primarily statistical. So it is simply true that if your company has men overrepresented in management or in employees overall, that can be the basis for some woman to come along and file a lawsuit against you. And that has occurred in many, many businesses. And it usually doesn't make the headlines, so people don't really know that that's what the law says. But Wall Street firms have been hit with things like this because they don't have enough female traders.
So wouldn't the answer to that just be flat out to say, we only hire these guys and that's it? This is a standard we have for this business. And then if they want to bring a suit, then it's already in the bylaws. And you say, look, when we hire and when we started this business, this was the understanding that was put forth. So it is what it is.
If you're a business owner, you have to be aware of this. And so I think it is true. It's just a fact, as a matter of fact about the world, that women are hired and promoted more than they would be in a pure meritocracy because of laws like that.
Because it always interested me with the whole kind of woke thing, and when we went peak nonsense, that more people within the halls of power, wherever that may be, whether it be politics, business, or wherever else, go, no, you're not going to have a glorified tantrum. And I always saw it as a courage deficit, if I'm being honest. But now that you've explained there's a legal element to it, it goes some way to explaining part of the problem.
Well, think about James Damore, the guy at Google, who wrote his memo saying,
well, you wouldn't even need the legal, right? Because if you make a big enough stink publicly and you get enough people on the bandwagon to turn against the thing can be destroyed. So even if there isn't legal repercussions for the things that she is currently saying, just the court of public opinion with enough sway and people behind it will topple. Will create issues for that business. Will drop their sales, drop the revenue. So regardless of whether or not there is legal justification for taking shots at that business, it's still going to get done by the people that want to cause discord, right? That's a pretty terrible situation.
basically the same Larry Summers argument all over again. The reason why Google...
I mean, it's a terrible situation when it's unjustified. If it's an actual justified complaint and the people come forward to make it stop, then that makes sense. But if it's something that there's no actual issue or reason for it, and you can cause the damage just because, well, then the court of public opinion now wins on all cases, and we're adrift without a raft at that point. Shark-infested waters.
Fired him was not just because they had a staff revolt. It was because it made them vulnerable to a lawsuit. If you have somebody who's on the record saying, I think it's possible that women are underrepresented at the extremes of aptitude, then somebody who files a lawsuit can say he doesn't think women can be capable, and that's why he didn't promote me or hire me or give me opportunities at work. So, yeah.
This is actually a good point right here. And it's not her point. It's the point that the representation at the extremes is noted. We already know that exists. There's a thing in the world today, at least in the whole of secular society, where something may be true, and you know it's true, and you can state it. But the moment you state it, you're now evil because you've said the thing that is true that they don't want to accept. That's craziness. Like, that is madness at a massive extent. If the entirety of the secular world is going to say, you can't say this thing, even though it's true, and it's important to know because it actually shapes society and the way that society works, but you can't state it because it's offensive, well, we've taken a step in I think in a very dangerous direction, because at that point you're just going to ignore reality in lieu of feelings and opinions, and then try to structure your society on it. And that is how you end up with the rabble who doesn't know, destroying all that has been built and all that is good and true because it feels good or it seems right to them, regardless of whether or not there's any basis for truth in it.
That is not the only case where that has happened, that somebody has made a statement about gender differences that led their institution to fire them because they were worried about legal liability.
But that seems to me so ridiculous, because it's a clear misrepresentation of the argument. Even, when I used to teach, I could show that to my 14 or 15-year-olds and go, why does that argument not scan? And they'd be able to explain it. So why can't other people?
I don't know what to tell you. It's the trouble is that the law is just the simple 1964 civil rights law. You can't discriminate against somebody on the basis of sex. And that sounds really great. I mean, that the same way that the ERA sounded really great. Equal Rights Amendment. Who's against equal rights?
Have a good night, Blood Logos. Thank you for stopping in, dude. I appreciate it. We'll see you in the future, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a huge issue, Nate. Oh, looks like Emmett has arrived. Hello, Emmett.
I'm really sorry that I'm this late,
You're all
but
right.
I'm here.
You're all right. Welcome.
How you doing? What?
Did you watch this?
No, but let's watch it together. Let's see how it goes.
Okay. So, I forgot what the title is. The Problem with Feminizing Society.
Oh, I think I saw snips, little pieces of this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, yeah.
Are we
We'll
not
keep
men?
going.
It's like, wait, I'm not Jewish today. You have to wait till Saturday so you can give me some shekels, okay?
Yeah. In a couple days, he will be.
Couple days.
It's a rapid metamorphosis for Saturdays.
You know what is the funniest thing about Saturdays? That it's Shabbat and I'm not supposed to be working in
Mhm.
accordance. It's
That's
why
why
I
it's
do it
so
Saturdays.
perfect. That's why it's
Yes.
so perfect. You know,
It
it
is,
just
it
it
is.
just proves the point that sometimes the tables need overturned, right? All right, we'll continue from where we're at.
Yeah,
And
let's
if
go.
you have anything to say, just let me know. I'll pause. But
Okay.
But judges have extrapolated from that really simple statement all kinds of stuff, and it has created an atmosphere of uncertainty, right? So, and that's the thing that is most oppressive, that feels most totalitarian on a day-to-day basis. You really never know whether some behavior or some statement is against the law or not, because a lot of stuff falls into the gray area of, well, it's not technically illegal, but if somebody sued our company, they might be able to cite that as evidence of an atmosphere of bias. And that's just not the way law is supposed to work.
Because what it seems to be is, look, let's be honest about this. Until relatively recently, women had a pretty tough time of it. It wasn't, easy to be a woman, particularly not in the workplace. You were likely to be discriminated against. There's case of
just, I mean, in some
Well-
ways maybe, but like, bull. Like
The funny thing about it is, the very very funny thing about it is, oh my god, really? Oh my god. Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it for the grift. Okay.
looks like it. I don't.
I was baited into debating scripture there for a moment. Oh, and then I was, have you seen a time? I mean, it's just real quick. I'm sorry for derailing, but have you ever seen that there's a moments in life when God like takes you for a little ride and then hammers you down for it's like, oh, you did something really stupid. And hammers you. So I was like trying to, in very good faith, trying to engage with somebody who was bringing up the scriptures, and at the end of it all, it's like, but you're wrong because you didn't do it with because you're not authority in your church. And I was like, oh, I see. I fucked up. I'm sorry
trapped
for
me.
I'm sorry for even trying to do this. Okay, I'm never doing it again.
Damn.
Never. So I learned the hard way. I'm gonna have to be in better standing with the church so I can have a blessing at some point.
Yeah.
That is the way that's gonna have to be.
It's a new goal.
But yeah, I will sing that in a moment. Yeah, it is not, women have not been like discriminated. They were barred from certain jobs because for their own protection most of the time.
Right.
Like you don't
Right.
want to have, I'm gonna be honest, you don't want to have a minor like going down into the mines, extremely grueling job, a really hard work to go and mine some coal, and then be like, and make them and make the woman do it. You don't want to, if we were have to,
No, they
we're
always
still
paint
we're
it that way.
using,
They always paint it that way, right? Like
If-
you're
if-
held back from doing the dangerous stuff.
Yeah. If you were to be like in the old times with swords and shields fighting, it was part of it is like it would seem it was uncouth, and it was like badly seen that you would take your woman to the battlefield because because of chivalry and stuff like that. And it was done in the past. Like this is not new. The Muslims do it. For example, they will hide behind women and children, and it was done also by the like Amalekites. That's why they were pretty much told that they had to go scorched because they will use them to shield themselves.
Right. Well, look at like any of the fictions written over the last several thousand years, or even factual works, right, where we're looking at historical stuff. You see that there's like an obvious line between men and women, and oftentimes, if not all of the time, it's the men doing things to win the heart of the woman, to win the woman over, to build something for them, and we know this from the nature of what we live in currently. Like you can see that like the man takes a wife and has children and builds a new home and buys property and does all these things. Do you think the guys are just going to do that without the drive of finding a wife to make children with, to build a legacy with? And like it's been that way throughout history. Men have done things to win the hand of the woman, to secure a mate, but also to have children and to carry on a lineage.
And to keep their legacy. So
Right. And so you're not
this
going to
was
tarnish the women by putting them in mines and on the battlefield. And no, you're going to care for them. You're going to build something, and you're going to give them that place, you know?
or even in business, like business is not even if you're like, oh, I'm not going to be the top 1%. Like if you listen to women most of the time when they're getting into their 30s, they're like, why even I'm doing this? This is
Yep.
this is grueling. This is
Absolutely.
not the great life that it was supposed to be for me.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it is and this was not only done for against women, it was done against women and men.
Yep.
So the discrimination wasn't only for women, unless it was for physical reasons, right? The other cases were mostly because either they were too dumb. I don't mean all women are dumb. It's like men were too dumb, so they
Yep.
were discriminated on that.
In all directions.
Yeah, the discrimination is obviously discrimination just means we're gonna choose this person for this reason instead of this person.
Right.
It's pretty much what it is.
Right. It's actually
Whenever-
kind of funny because discrimination is a need in life.
Even for a mate, it's like, well, let's say that you want to go with somebody. Well, why don't you want to be with somebody else? And this
Right.
is something that was done in. If you look at the history of like the Soviet Union, they did this kind of shit. They were like, they would go ahead and be like free love and all this crap.
Mhm. Yep.
So do you want me to sing now or whatever is in the back? Whenever you want me to.
Sure. I mean, I'm sure that the chat will be entertained, Emmett.
Oh my god.
It's always entertaining.
Oh wait, I'm gonna bring it up. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I hate these, by the way.
You created it.
I still can't do it, even if I created it. This is gonna be
Oh.
horrible.
I think you love it.
Maybe. It is what it is. Thank you.
Man.
Yeah, I would rather eat hot peanuts for dollars than sing this. Yeah, well. Some people do that. Some people sing this kind of crap. some people are better than other people.
You paid for being late by singing a song.
Oh man. Well, I didn't got paid. You got paid, which is fine.
Well, yeah. So yeah,
This
basically,
fulfills the song. I know I sing every single song for Summer Nate. I thought you were still there, but I sung 24 songs for you. You're saying, but yeah.
we discriminate all the time. Discriminate is to choose between. And it's a weird thing to change words into negatives even when they're not negative by their nature, right? Like, you have to discriminate between the right and left lane. You have to discriminate between allergy or non-allergy items. Like, it's just silly. But we've
Yeah.
changed everything to fit the language game that gets played constantly.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. I will agree with that specific thing. It's just
Yeah.
weaponization of language. What they're
It is.
doing is they're trying to cause some kind of attack on your idea with things that are completely normal.
Right.
And we see it. It's like marriage now. Marriage now is like kind of being considered, starting to be considered something wrong or bad. And
Right.
it's like it's not. Marriage is like the best thing that could happen to a person.
Well, that fits into this whole narrative because this is about the feminization, right? And feminization doesn't mean just the womanization. It's like the idealism or the ideology of feminism placed on all function within modern society, right? And
Yeah.
if that's the case, you're not talking about just a woman's perspective. You're talking about the ideas of feminism, which you look at Margaret Sanger and all of those who pushed for the growth of that movement.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted the downfall of the nuclear family. They wanted no children. They wanted careers into their older age. They wanted control and power over everything. And so, if that's the case,
Well, I still think they want that. Part
well,
of
they
part
do.
of my idea is
Yes.
like they're still wanting the
Oh,
downfall,
thank
and
you,
they're still
Kokomo.
trying to get it there.
Yeah. But
Thank you,
and
Kokomo.
I went over it a little bit earlier, but like she pushed for all this movement for that, and yet here she is. She leaves her husband and her children, runs to Europe, backs up with all these different people, comes back, keeps pushing the feminist agenda. She abandoned her own children, like all kinds of stuff. A bunch of them died early, like just really messed up stuff. And that's one of their champions in the feminist movement.
Yep.
No surprise that it's trying to destroy everything around it. So,
Yep.
Yeah. Here we go.
After case, story after story. What it seems to me is that there has been an overcorrection by well-meaning people wanting to implement laws in order to protect women, and it's kind of metastasized into something else.
And we have to keep in mind, it's not just about the people who work at an institution. If you're talking about something like the legal system, I want female lawyers to be happy and have a good time, but that is not my top priority. My top priority is that we have a good legal system that's functioning and leads to a just and fair society.
That's a whole nother portion right there. She wants them to be happy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being happy, but happy shouldn't be the goal of all things, right?
Well, it depends on what happiness means. Like,
Right.
because
Right.
everybody, it's. I've asked this question before. It's like, well, at the end of your life, is like, what is happening? What is happiness, right? It's like, do you want to be surrounded by people who love you, or do you want to be like, yeah, I build my empire and I have a bunch of cash and there's nobody here with me.
Yep.
And that is the question that will come out. Now, they're
Well,
not
there's-
mutually exclusive. A person can have a career and can do things, but they're hierarchical. So the family should come first. Is the thing that is important is to be with the family, have a family, and then we can move into lesser hierarchical things.
Right.
That's
Well-
the way that I look at it.
Right. Well, I think it plays into like our current instant gratification world that we live in, right? Like happy in the moment supersedes to a lot of people happy in the long run.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that's the
And
danger.
and that's the way that it should pretty much go, because
Right.
once again you're having this they having this difference in the hierarchy. And I'm not saying one is as I said, you can do both, they're not exclusive, but the hierarchy has to be the hierarchy still has to be met. If you just have it's better to just have the family, even if you don't have like this great legacy of building an empire. than to have an empire and not be able to have like a family or loved ones.
Right.
That would be the way I look at it.
Yep. Yep. I agree with that. Yep. Well, and
There's also a thing that that is like, well, like happiness means like happiness means that you are the happiness, right? Like you are happy, so that's happiness. But
Mhm.
one of the ways that you look at, especially in Christianity, a lot of it is about service. So it's not about you; it's about people around you, and you
Right,
get
about making
fulfillment
others.
out of
Yeah.
service.
Yep.
And so that's the other part. It's like, and this is something that I've been looking more and more. This is what I'm so like against lately, against libertarianism. It's because it's a me. It's like the religion of me.
Selfish. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, it's
me. I
self-worship.
need to be happy. I am the one.
Right.
I can do this.
Right. Me. Yep.
It's just me. Yeah.
Yep.
And
And
if you ask them for like references of how do they know things are, um, but there's a little bit of a difference because, for example, atheists will say I don't know to everything that it's whatever they prefer, but they don't actually know things. It's just they think, they imagine or whatever. But
right.
if you talk to a libertarian, it's like I am the one that tells you. I am the
Right.
one that decides that this is wrong. It's more of a. It just goes back to the me.
Yeah. Well, and what's funny about that, Emmett, is like when you look at recovery programs or you look at like overcoming trauma programs for like trauma, like post-traumatic stress traumas and stuff like that, a lot of them actually have some form of service intertwined because that heals people. That helps the mind recover. It helps
Yeah,
rebuild.
we're social animals, so we need to have the community, and it's missed
Thank
in a
you,
lot
Vatican.
of things. Now this is like people ask me, Confluence asked me today, like, what are you? And I'm like, I'm a monarchist libertarian. What?
Oh my
It's like, what does
gosh.
that mean? It's like, well, I believe that the only way we're gonna have things that that libertarians say they want, like a good economy, fewer taxes, a thriving society where I have the capacity of choosing a path, a career path, or stuff like that. The only way we can have those kind of things is um, through the authority of the monarchy, being the authority under church. Otherwise, we have it ends up being a dialectic of left versus right, but it also ends up in authoritarianism. So it's a totalitarian state led by a dictator, and you're gonna have way less ability to have any of the things that you want. So
Yep.
that was pretty much the way that I see it and the way that I looked at it. And you would say, well, that's a contradiction, but it's like the way I would think
Well,
of myself in a sense. Is like I want all of the things that they say about the economy,
mhm.
but they don't understand any of the
What
implications when it comes to the social status.
right. What it takes to get there.
hmm
Right.
So what we see is every single time they've been getting themselves more and more ingrained into the culture, instead of moving towards their ideal of the economic sense, we're moving away from it. Instead of having less taxes, we have more taxes. Instead of having
Well,
better society
don't we see
economically,
the
we have
same though
worse.
from
That way.
most political ideologies though? Like if you look at communism, what they preach and what you end up at is completely different. The same is
Yeah, I
true.
would agree if it wasn't because of the church.
Well, that's my point. That would be my
Yeah.
exact point. My exact point is a lot of political ideologies preach one thing, but the thing is you're not looking at the end goal and figuring out how to get there. You're just espousing a bunch of things that you think are best, and those things end goal is not what the thing
Well,
is.
I've been thinking about this. It's like if I were to ask you, let's say that you have all the power, what would you do with all the power if you had all the power? And the first thing I would do, if especially if I have no moral foundation, is I would make it better for me and my own.
Right.
And
Right.
if there is people who do worse, uh,
That
I
would be
would
the
still
natural
do it for me and
predilection,
my
right?
own. Hmm.
The natural predilection would be to care for yourself and those closest to you.
Yeah.
So, unless there's some value set that actually tells you that you and your own aren't the most important over all others, then
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct.
why would you? So,
Yeah, you need to have a little bit of more. I wanna read something. Vatican says, Emmett, I love you.
oh gosh,
I love you, Abe.
smarty pants. Never happened.
Never lucky.
It never
Probably
happened.
ducky.
Oh gosh, you guys. Grounded. Everybody's grounded.
And we had increasing female representation in the legal system seems to have been accompanied by a lot more wokeness, which I think is more damaging in lawyers than it is in almost anywhere else. Because the law is the one field where you really want people to be as literal minded as possible, as devoted to the rules as possible, not fudging things so that everybody's happy, really sticking to the letter of the law.
Indeed.
And so if the law is corrupted, that's something.
You want to read it? Christian monarch.
Christian monarchy libertarian. You're completely free to live in a monastery or convent. Suppose. Well, no. If you're living in a monastery or a convent, you are under the auspices of your vows to the church. That means that you have made a vow of servitude to the church. But that doesn't mean the general population. We're talking about. I'm talking about the authority and the way of. Why would it be way more likely that if you live through a Christian purview, you can get to the ideas of libertarianism when it comes to the economy? It's I don't even need, like, I know I said a lot about monarchy and it's my idea because I want the church to be part of the state, but it doesn't have to. You can. I agree with Andrew when when he's talking about Christianity. If you have Christians in power, you can have a better likelihood that you have a good society, because at the end of the day, government is a reflection of the morals of the people who are who elect you in power. In our case,
as all laws should be, right?
I mean, one of your drugs is getting shut down. Conflicts defended you. The girl was crying because you were mean to Alex. Yeah, I was there, and I talked about this a moment ago with Abe. I was pretty much saying that sometimes God has a sick sense of humor. I was like trying to engage in good faith about some scripture and reading of the scripture, and I couldn't. And he pretty much told me like I shouldn't do it because I'm not an authority of my church. And I was like, oh yeah, I agree with you. I'm not gonna do it again.
He was saying it wasn't Christ-like. These idiots, especially leftists, have no moral grounds, especially when they're advocating for transformers.
Well, when he says he was talking about me being mean, so I was talking to somebody and I was like very mean to them, and I agree I was very mean. But I can when it comes to debate, when it comes to their standards set by them, I can
Yep.
act according to their standards. I don't have to act according to the standards of Christianity.
Well,
And he is not a Christian, so I don't have like a lot of the purviews of being extremely gracious to Christians.
right. Well, it's a disingenuous thing, right? It's I'm
Mhm.
going to insult you, but you're not allowed to insult me because that's not in your belief set that it's okay to insult people. It's like,
Yeah, but
what kind of
that's not the
backhanded
case.
bullcrap is that? Like,
Well, that's not the case. We saw, Christ insulted people,
well, it's the
especially when they
whole
were debating stuff.
right. It's the
And
whole honorable rules of engagement for you, but not for me. Rules for thee,
yeah,
but not for me. Right.
a lot of the apostles um, were martyred because they would not they would engage with people and they would pretty much be they would tell them the truth and they would be mean to them in some cases and they will act in accordance with what it is. And he brought he brought like some scripture, and I was trying to engage with him, which was my fault. Shouldn't have done that, to be honest.
Yep.
But isn't that the ultimate freedom? Living in theosis would be the most liberated life. No bills, no relationship, no drama, nothing but your breath to be taken from you. I think the ultimate freedom comes from Jesus Christ directly. So I would say that they are living a free life because they are under the hospice of the church and within the idea of the Holy Ghost. But you don't have to do that to live in freedom. You can be in good standing with the church. You can have your family. You can go to
Nate,
you can go
thank you.
to church. You can have your business. You can do all of that.
Yeah. Well, being mean isn't unchristlike. Being malicious is. Those idiots.
Don't know what they're talking about, I think is what you
Yep.
mean.
Yep.
Well, I wasn't
Yep.
trying to, like, I was, you can say that
Well, was it
I
mean to
was,
flip over
I was a
tables?
scorched, I was
Was
a
it what?
scorched earth. So I can see myself being way forward, way higher.
Was it
No,
mean to weave a whip and drive people
yeah.
out? Like, that's mean behavior. Anybody would say that that's mean.
Mhm.
But was there a purpose? Was there a reason?
You
Oh,
can even say that with your
imagine that.
kids. Like, is it mean that you take your kid and you spank him because he did something that is absolutely
Yep.
wrong?
Yep.
And I would say
Yep.
that in some cases it's very necessary. Like, if you see your
Right.
kid
Well, sometimes
and
mean
he's
is
going to
necessary.
put, he's going to put his hand on the stove, and you look at him and you're like, no, and you, spank, give it a slap on his hand and be like,
Mhm.
this is better for you that I do this, and it's not gonna it's not gonna hurt you. That if you put your hand on the fire, and that's going to hurt you, right? It hurts them in the moment, and you're being kind of mean, but you're actually doing it for their good. It depends on. There's a little bit of context in there.
Well, obviously, but that's the way it always is, right? Long haul Nate with the big five. A stern correction of action or statement is very like Christ's actions, and I agree with that, Nate.
So I will say that I was not nice at all. I was very mean, but at the end of the day, it's like I thought uh, for my end, I think it was like I was not lowering my standard. I was just acting according to the standard set,
I
and
think
that
it's
is a very different thing.
I think it's a weird equation. I think what happens is a bunch of people today seem to look at the modern iteration of society and say, there's a soft Jesus that didn't do any harsh words and was liked by everybody, and that's the way Christians are supposed to be. When in reality, he was harsh with his words to the Pharisees. He was harsh with his words when people were out of line or taking incorrect actions within his own following. And he went so far as to actually overturn tables and whip people in order to show that they were doing the wrong thing. Like,
Well, and this goes back to feminism in a sense, because feminism has tried to go
Yep.
to take the
Yep.
religion. This the religion tells you a lot about how you, especially in the gospel or the New Testament, it will tell
Mhm.
you a lot about how to treat people in the church. It will tell you, it will have a lot of conditions about how even priests are supposed to act. They will have a lot of different things when it comes to talking to Christians and acting to Christians. But it doesn't have anything when it comes to debating, for example. It's very open-handed, and you can see the way that they debated. The way they debated was in the super nice form right now, that you have to, if they tell you you're dumb, you have to smile at them and do nothing about it. And I don't think that's a good way of debating. It's the contrary, right? You have to be strong. You have to show that you're strong enough to to get a proper belief and stand by it. Yesterday, for example, I was with an atheist, and I told him that he had no knowledge, and I went through the whole process of showing that he actually was agnostic and he had no knowledge. The funniest part of that was 2 + 2 = 4 right now.
Right.
So it's like, well, the logical conclusion of that is maybe tomorrow it will not be 4. And then and then I asked him, like, you say that, you make that claim, of the possibility of it not being 4. How do you get there? What's your justification? And he's like, well, I can't imagine. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, proof isn't imagining, right?
Yeah.
Wild. All right, we'll keep going.
That I'm very, very worried about. And we got a glimpse of what a maximally feminized legal system might look like here in the United States in our Title IX campus courts for sexual assault. I don't know how it's done in the UK, but here in the US, in 2011, the Obama administration mandated that universities in the United States adopt certain rules for adjudicating allegations of sexual assault on campus. Things like you had to use a preponderance of evidence standard. So no more proving things beyond a reasonable doubt. Men who were accused were no longer allowed to confront their accusers because that might be traumatizing. It was just basically the wish list that we saw during the Me Too era, which, a lot of people were sympathetic to because nobody wants, sexual abuse or sexual assault or anything like that. But on the other hand, you also want these legal protections and due process.
By the way, that's freaking crazy. I
think this sounds like she's trying to cope with the idea that it didn't work, to be honest. It's like, we went over there, it didn't work.
I think facing the accuser is something that you were always entitled to until that point. And that was like, whoa, what the hell? Like, I don't even get to know why I'm being accused. It's just an accusation, and now I'm going to be punished. And I have no idea who or what, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
that's a crazy standard. Like, if somebody just accuses you of something and they can take legal action against you, but you can't face the accuser, you have no idea.
Or do anything about it.
Right.
Like, what are you going to do? You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Give me just 1 second, Abe. I'll be right back.
All right. So to the chat, I'm gonna keep working on the American Debater idea that I had before. I'll probably post in the Discord some about getting in on the first few. We'll probably have to work out some of the kinks and stuff, but I'd like to start setting up for doing either a weekly or bi-weekly show that's like small frame debate training type stuff. And I already kind of have a plan and some ideas, and I've gotten a whole bunch of recommended prompts for it. But the way it's going to work is different than the shows that are currently on in our space. And I think it'll be fun because it gives a lot more interaction for the individuals that take part in it, but also for the chat itself to see and possibly learn from it. And then they can take whatever they do and learn from it into the other spaces when they do go and compete on other shows, or even just have big long form debates. It should be a lot of fun, and I think that the chat and those who come on the show will have a bunch of fun with it. So if you're interested, I'll probably make a post and ask who wants to be on for the first one, and then try to start figuring out what day and time to do it. But keep an eye out for it. So
I can hear you, but I will not be able to talk. So if you want to continue watching, it's fine.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Protections that have evolved over centuries for very good reasons. And what we saw in the Title IX campus courts for sexual assault, and what we saw during the Me Too movement, was a willingness to throw out those due process protections because of a political commitment to feminist values. So I don't want to see that attitude to the law expand to other fields. Because in the particular case of sexual assault and Me Too, it worked out really, really badly. A lot of people were unfairly accused and had their lives ruined, and it was not a good system.
When you buy seed,
Thank you, Defnot. I think that goes back to what Emmett was saying earlier, but did it work though? Yeah, but it also has varied effects beyond that, right? Like if you can just be accused and now you fear the being accused so much that you just hands off on everything, that's also not good for the society. So where's the tipping point on that? Because there's got to be one, and if any accusation, regardless of evidence, can get you fired or kicked off of a team or your scholarship yanked or something like that, then we ought to re-examine that for sure.
food, what do you worry about most? Nutrition, sustainability, taste, and there's no risk. If you're not completely satisfied with your first...
I completely agree with you. I mean, and there's many cases. Let's not get into that. But you said campus courts. And as somebody who was brought up, we were both brought up in the UK, and we went to university in the UK, etc. I've never heard of a campus court. That immediately rings alarm bells. Why is there a campus court? What is this?
That's right. You would think women who had some bad sexual experience, like a hookup that went wrong or anything like that, could then go to their university and say, that guy raped me or whatever. And then the school would be in charge of discipline or adjudicating that case. Now, you or I might think that if you've been the victim of a serious assault, you would go to the police. And that, I think, is what a lot of people recommend.
Absolutely true.
Is a better system. But the school was required to have its own little campus courts for deciding whether or not a particular hookup had met the standard for assault. And yeah, it was a really bad system. And a lot of people had their lives ruined.
Well, coming back a little bit to your point about women being promoted partly because there's a fear of not having enough women in your company or institution. Do you not think that this ultimately goes back to the very core of the main idea that you must never utter out loud in public now, in pretty much anywhere in the Western world, is that there are group differences between people, not just men and women, but generally, that maybe some groups are overrepresented or underrepresented in certain fields because of cultural differences, or maybe, God forbid, genetic differences or other things. Thomas Sowell has a great bit in his last book about how almost every brewery in the world, including Tsingtao, the Chinese brewery, was founded by Germans, right? He breaks down that, how in almost every great American, Latinos are more overrepresented in baseball, white people are overrepresented in hockey, black people are overrepresented in NBA. Like, it's actually the standard human thing that different people have different aptitudes for different things. But if you live in a society whose central idea is that all men are created the same, not equal, but the same, which is what we now believe, then all of this stuff follows, surely.
Yeah. I think a lot of the research into group differences is really valuable. But one question that they don't have an answer to, and that no one has an answer to, is one that I think we're on the cusp of finding out. And that is, how big of an effect have affirmative action programs had? Well,
and not just that. There's also the question of how many people have gone through the school system and or collegiate system that have been pushed into these ways of looking at things and their actions in the world after the fact, and how much of that's going to carry over into society on the long term, right? Because if these campus courts and the Title IX and everything had a large enough effect, then those people are going to continue to hold those ways of looking at how things ought to be. And then you've got, like she said earlier, the legal college, or college for legal positions, lawyers, is primarily female at this point. Well, if the case is that they all went through college in schools where that Title IX was heavily used, come into the workforce and then start pushing for the changing of the laws on a local or state or even federal level, then you would literally see a reforming of our system into what they just had in college or in school. And there's a huge danger in that too, because now you've entrained it into a generation, and that generation is going to try to make the changes to the greater system in order to get what they had before. Right? So
Yep, I agree with you.
that's a wild thing, because it's like indoctrination, so to speak.
Well, it is indoctrination, but I don't think indoctrination is bad.
No, I think it's I think it's
I think it's necessary. I
right.
think it's a necessary condition
But-
of society.
right. I just mean that it's an indoctrination into that specific way, right?
Oh yeah.
We're all indoctrinated in some way, whether it's our belief systems or our values or whatever. But in this manner, you're indoctrinating students to a very specific set of ideas that belong to the ideology of the left,
Yep. Yeah,
So-
that's true.
which we already knew, right? Because the education system has tended towards the left for 100+ years at this point. So
Yep. That's also true.
so anywho,
And the SFFA group filed its lawsuit against Harvard and eventually prevailed at the Supreme Court, and got their Supreme Court ruling saying that Harvard may no longer use race as a factor in college admissions. When that lawsuit was ongoing, this is amazing, but nobody had an answer to the question of, if you get rid of racial preferences at Harvard, will the Black proportion of the freshman class go from 14% to 10%? Or will it go from 14% to 2%? I mean, you can make rough estimates of this based on things like test scores and grades, but people genuinely didn't know. And we're sort of seeing that play out now on various college campuses, what the effects will be. But it was amazing to think that they got rid of affirmative action in university admissions without knowing what the outcome would be. When it comes to things like the workforce, these programs for women and for other groups have been in place for so long now, for decades really, that just like with the SFFA case, nobody knows what would happen if you got rid of them. President Trump has gotten rid of a lot of DEI programs since the start of the year, since the start of term 2. And we are just going to have to wait and see what effect that will have on the U.S. workforce. It is way too early to tell, but there have been news stories.
see, that's something that's always got me, actually, is they use the guise of fairness and a hand up or something like that, but then they don't base it on the things that primarily tell you that that person is in need, right? Like, if it was class-based, that might make sense. If it was something like that, it may make sense, but it's not class-based. It's always sex and or race-based. And it's like,
Well, it's always characteristics that are not related.
right.
I was having this conversation with Joe Cool, I think. So Joe Cool was pretty much talking about against racism, which is his stuff, and I ended up telling him that he was the racist. Like, you are the racist.
Mhm.
And he's like, well, it's better to be like, it's better to be. How am I going to be the racist? Well, I'm saying that it's better to be white and poor than to be black. It's like, well, you believe that white people are superior, but that's why you're saying that. That's why you're saying that we are superior. In other words, the whole preponderance of what you're saying is,
Yep.
you guys are superior to black people because it's better to live in a shitty situation being white than to be black. And instead
Yep.
of looking at the situation you're living on, they're all based on characteristics that are not important. I don't
Right.
think the amount of melanin that you may have on your skin tells you the actual
Nope.
how oppressed you are, or how bad is it going for you in life, and how much you need help in that case.
Yep, it should be merit based. It shouldn't be like because of this thing that functionally is
By the way,
doesn't matter.
I think Confluence ghetto raid us. I don't know why
Oh,
he's ghetto raiding
Confluence. Thank you. Ghetto
when
raid,
he
huh?
can raid, but thank you Confluence for the ghetto raid.
Yes, thank you. I just it's always stuck out to me because it's the whole thing of like, if you don't believe that there is any difference between humans because of the skin color, then why are you forcing legal changes for that purpose? As if they are different, or there is some difference so great that you need to force everyone to adhere to.
Yeah, it's
If you don't
well,
actually
that's
believe
why I
there's a
said it's
difference, then there
racist,
shouldn't
right?
be. Yeah, it absolutely is.
Because you're not even caring about whether
you-
or not
Yep.
they have it better or worse. All you care about is
Well, not
in
just
that
that.
case the skin color, the amount of melanin on the
Right.
skin.
It's not just that. It's racist and sexist, right? If you're saying you have to have this percentage of the workforce be this race or color or creed, and you have to have this many of them be female or male, you've inherently within that system made it a racist system at that point, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I would agree with that.
Thank you, Defnot, for the 5. If outcome is people who don't have good enough grades don't get in, I don't see what's wrong with that. Why is she saying it like it's a problem? LOL. I don't know. I think that there's
Well, they see it as a problem because it has to be. If you're talking about equality, and this is a philosophical question. Is what do you value? So it's a
Right.
value. Or it's a question of values. If you value equality because you think equality is the way that you're gonna get to whatever is the value that you have. So you and me should have the same things. If we don't have the same thing, that's a problem. If I'm not smart enough to get into university, but that person is, that's a problem because everybody should be smart enough to be able to get into university.
right.
That's a value issue.
Right.
They're evaluating it.
Well, and that's why they pushed so hard for equity, right? Instead of equality, they wanted equity. They wanted the what they say. They always said that they wanted equality of outcomes rather than just equality of opportunity. And it's like everybody can have opportunity, but you can't ensure the outcomes of people. Like either
Yeah.
they work hard and they get the thing, or they don't work hard and they don't get the thing. You can't just blanket over everyone that we're all exactly the same and we all get exactly the same stuff and can do exactly the same things. Like it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But that's the system they want, which it's like that semi-communist idea of blank slate, and we can all just be it if we do it. And it's like that isn't necessarily how the world works. And
It just says by 2, I'm not smart enough to get into a university. I think you are. I think you're pretty smart. You just decided to get it. You know, instead of wasting time, you decided to get into a good place in your life.
there's also the question of like aptitude. Some people are good at some things, some people are not. And that's just the truth. Like you're going to find that there's people that can do or think certain ways and some people that can't. So the ones that can't shouldn't be getting that which those who can do, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that. That's pretty basic.
Like
Yeah, you don't.
if somebody can do nuclear physics and the other person can't, well then the person that can should get the job in nuclear physics, not the person who can't. Same with like a surgeon. Like if you can't understand the stuff, then you shouldn't get the
Even the hands, like if you don't have the hands to the steady hands to be a surgeon, you cannot
Yep.
be a surgeon.
Yep.
And this is true, by the way. You actually go through a lot of different manual things when you are studying to be um to be a doctor, and if you can't do them,
You just can't.
you fail the class and you cannot be part of it. Yeah.
Yep. I think there's a certain level of equality that makes sense, and then everything beyond that is like fantasy. Because
What
everyone,
level of equality you think makes sense?
like, just as a human being.
Oh,
Like,
that you mean like dignity?
yeah,
And
yes. But
yeah,
like we're not all equal in all ways, so you can't just have blanket equality on all things. It doesn't even make sense.
yeah, it doesn't. You can't actually have like equality in all senses.
So, but that seems to be the ever pressing thing for a large portion of people pretty much on the leftist paradigm. But like, we need to have equality in everything all the time, always. And it's like, that doesn't work. It's just not even feasible.
Well, it's not possible. It's
Right.
not. It's like even if I wanted to, it's not possible.
Yeah, it's not at all.
Oh, did you see? Talking about that, did you see that like $1 trillion left Silicon Valley in like a week?
Oh, I believe that. I believe
They're
that.
apparently they're doing a tax. They're trying to pass a law in which they're trying to tax pretty much tax the rich or tax not income, wealth.
Yeah,
And there were like there's people in Silicon Valley that just left. Like they were like done with that in California. This is not a national law, it's a California law.
not. My
I
guess would be there's not enough. She says, I don't know how many have to die before they give up on socialism. I don't think there's enough people on Earth for them to give up on it.
Yeah, there's no way.
I think that those who have fallen 100% into the ideology are willing to sacrifice the majority for very few to have socialism in many cases. And I think that's why we've seen what we've seen with those movements in the past.
Well, why wouldn't you, right? Let's be honest. Let's say that you're a socialist and you hold this idea that you have the moral high ground.
Right.
What would you give up? It's like, would you give your morality because people in the past have done it wrong?
Well, see, that's it, right? It's a religious level or sense of fervor for the utopia they believe is possible if it's done right.
Yeah.
But the problem is there's no right way to do it because of some of the very things that we're talking about. Like you just can't do it.
Yeah, but is the question is the same? It's still the same. Like, would you stop your with your beliefs because it was done wrongly?
I mean,
So it's
you
the same
should.
question. It's like in the past. No, this is the thing. I'm a zealot. So I believe in what I believe, and there's no way I'm gonna be convinced of otherwise. I'm 100% sure about this. You can say that's a failure on my part if I am a completely rational being, but I don't see it as a failure. I see it as an action of faith.
Well, I think it's
If
different.
people if people were to tell, well, we're talking about faith in both cases. If people were to tell me, would you still do Christianity even if people in the past have done it wrong? The question would be yes, because my value system is based on it. I have to follow the precepts of the Christian belief, otherwise my worldview makes no sense. and
Yeah, but don't-
they are the same. They believe that this is the moral thing. This is the moral. There's the moral standard based on their worldview. Otherwise, everything else is. This is what they say. We live in a horrible society. We live in, and they mention all kind of. If you listen to them, and to most people, they will not. If you try to pin them into what morality is, they don't know, and they won't tell you. But if you ask them about the United States, they will tell you why it's immoral. So it is like the worldview sense of the moral axiom is directly related to the socialist utopian idea, and they will not stop because it doesn't matter how many people die because
Well, and I agree.
in their
I agree
eyes
with
they
that.
did it wrong.
But if your line of questioning for why do you believe that or how do you know that goes back far enough, eventually it has to break down, right? It just comes down to a
Yeah.
sense of belief or a faith in a thing. And if that thing has no grounding, I agree with you that they still probably won't give it up. But there comes a point where it's off
Oh.
kilter from reality, right?
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I agree with you that it's off kilter. It's not real. It's not true. Right? But that's not the question. The question is, will a sellout stop their belief because people died? And the answer is
Well-
no. What they will do, and they will say, and they say it. If you actually listen to them,
Not if
what
it's
they say is-
disconnected. Not if it's disconnected from them. But if it's connected to them in the moment, when that thing is happening, right? When the lives are being taken in front of them, they may change. But probably not until then.
yeah,
And that's
yeah.
only some of them. Some of them are still going to keep that religious level of fervor towards the thing because they still believe it will do it.
Well, that reminds me of the Gulag Archipelago. Or
Yes.
Archipelago.
Yes.
I don't know if you read it, but
I
there's
did.
a part when
I did.
he is
I remember.
he's in
Where the
in
soldiers
jail.
locked up and he still believes
no.
at the party.
Well, that that one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're like trying to talk to him, and there's
Mhm.
a point where they say like it's like a crank doll. Like you crank it, and it's gonna keep on doing the same thing until it breaks, and then it like the person inside wakes up. Yeah, you're right.
Well, and that's the thing, though. That's what I'm saying. There is going to be people with that level of fervor that are going to hold on to it, regardless of whether or not they see the epic levels of horror that happen. But there's going to be a large number that will walk away from it once they see the horrors. Because they didn't believe that the reason those horrors existed is because of the system they believe in. But when they see that it directly ties to it, they'll either walk away or try to create a new version of it, right?
I can say
So-
I can agree with that.
So, but I think that actually directly ties to this topic even, because I think if we look at like socialism and communism, they have a basis in the same certain structure of like kindness, care, and compassion that that the feminization or the feminist movement tries to utilize to sway minds and hearts to their cause.
Yeah, it's true.
I think it's like the same base pairs, so to speak.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Which reminds me of a few lies told in a garden somewhere.
Well, the biggest lie is like you're gonna be like God, right? You're gonna be perfect. You're gonna be able to do the perfect thing.
Mm-hmm. You
That
won't
is
die.
that is like the lie. Well,
Yep.
you will die is the consequence
Well, yes, of course.
because they're sinning, so the consequence is death.
But I just mean utopia, right?
Oh yeah,
Never-ending utopia of perfect greatness where you can do whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want, and it won't matter because
the
the
same
same
thing
idea.
happened with the like Babel Tower, Tower of Babel.
exactly.
That reminds me a lot. That reminds me so much of these new types.
Doesn't
What
it?
is what are the names? The technocrats.
Oh yeah.
The technocrats is like here building their Tower of Babel, and they think that they're gonna be able to get everything perfect. And
Oh yeah. That whole movement's crazy. And then like the connections between like their authorships and the current era is really crazy too. Like
Yeah,
What are you tied into that you're like making these predictive calls and then making those things happen? I don't know. It's always seemed semi-demonic to me, if not full-on demonic. Like, you're gonna write books about like the future and going to Mars with the names of people that are actually trying to do that today, 100 years ago. Okay, interesting. Either you programmed the next generation to do that thing, or who knows? Weird.
well, I think it's gonna end up like the Tower of Babel. To be honest, like
Well, it has to.
they're gonna be doing the same thing. It's gonna lead to the same kind of consequence.
Well, is that
Hopefully it's not as bad, but it's like the end result is the same thing.
don't you think that's the same idea? Like, what is a rocket?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a tower, right? Like a thing that gets really high in the air, escapes Earth. Like, it's the same idea. They were building a tower to climb to the heavens. Well, we're building rockets to climb to the heavens, so
Mhm.
kind of the same idea, with the same levels of fervor for it. So, anyway,
in
Yeah.
places like the
it's all
Associated Press,
tied.
showing that I think the latest count is 350,000 Black women have become unemployed or left the workforce since the start of the year, which is a pretty big number. And Black unemployment is going up now, even though white unemployment is stable or down. So those two are diverging in a way that they usually don't. Now, it is way too early to attribute either of those developments to the end of DEI. It is definitely way too early to say anything like that or to even come to any conclusions at all. But these affirmative action programs have been around for so long that nobody really knows what.
Wait. She says Black women have left the workforce and that Black unemployment is down. Or
No,
is
it's up.
But how would that have anything to do with DEI if you're not just going to fire all the people? You're going to stop doing the DEI practices. So just stopping doing the DEI practices has caused them to quit?
Well, I don't think they're quitting. I think there were quotas that needed to be filled, and there were people in positions that didn't meet the requirements for the job to be done. So what we're looking at is a correction in the market when it comes to the people working, right? Like this position was open because we needed to have this kind of person in the workforce. Now it's not necessarily now it's not necessary anymore.
Okay.
Now, what she's trying to say is whether it's good or bad, she's still not sure.
Right. So you think it's layoffs due to the DEI repeals, not...
Yeah, I think it's both, especially in the free market, and
That's
let's
fair.
remember that there were a lot of layoffs in the
True, 2020 and onward.
well, 2020 and when he arrived in the presidency, Trump, he
That's true.
laid off a bunch of people too.
True.
So it's still, I think it's still too early to say, but it feels like a correction in the market. Like what we're looking at is a correction in the market. There were these positions that were not necessary, and they got cheated off pretty much.
Yeah. Even when it's not directly people ending other people, stuff like the Banqiao Dam failure is made of nightmares, all because comedy. I mean, yes. Because when your system's in free fall or failure and everybody has to work regardless in order to carry the system, corners get cut, production failures happen, and then everything degrades, right?
Well, what would be? It has to be the force. Yeah, you're not actually doing the thing because it's even needed. It's because somebody thinks it's the good thing to do.
Well, isn't
So
that's
when
like
it
all
comes
the
to
fake city islands and stuff that have been built by China because...
when it comes to the economy, in the economy, what matters is the preference of people. And if you have wrong interests that set up, especially when it comes to government, um, the 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 incentives and the way that everything is set up is going to end up towards corruption.
Oh,
So
come
you're going
on,
to have
Emmett. Come on. What's wrong with price fixing, Emmett? What's
with
wrong
my
with it?
what?
What's wrong with price fixing? Come on.
Oh,
Gosh.
oh no, I'm gonna go full libertarian on you, brother.
Oh. Yeah, no, you're right. It does. It puts everything out of whack. Like there's no drive for efficiency. There's no drive for profit. There's no drive to make better quality. Like none of it. It all falls away.
Yeah, it is. It just doesn't. Yeah, nobody cares for the efficiency or the. It's just bad. It's just bad all around.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yeah, exactly. Like even if it's not people ending people, then the lack of care put into the things that the people produce will end people. So either way, it'll end up badly, or people will starve, right? Because it's just
Well,
how it happens.
there's no need to. Nah, the farmers. Why would they create? Why would they risk their lives and their livelihoods and do all of the things that need to be done so that a bunch of bourgeoisie, as they see it, can get all the food for themselves as they starve.
Right. And
Which
not
is what
just that.
happens in Ukraine.
That's what I was just going to say. Like, there comes a point where either they just stop producing, or your government says, well, we need to produce better, so we're going to take the farmers out and put our own in, and then nothing gets produced, right? Like, it's one or the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Libertarians win. I farmer. Don't. I'm not a commertarian, so.
Yeah.
But that's when it comes to the economy, they have some base stakes, and then everything else sucks.
Yeah, it's like if you took a few principles that were good for your independent business and tried to use them to govern a nation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's like. Like, it makes sense for you and the way that you run your small business. It does not make sense for running a country. Or
I farmer try to farm. I respect you for farming. I'm not going to say that I could do it or that you do it. Yeah, no, it's a hard job. It's,
Well,
God bless you. Thank you for the food.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's I think that's the point. The point is, if we move towards socialism or communism, that's one of the things that always tends to happen is like the farmers end up suffering enough that food production stalls and the society fails. People fall off, people starve. It's happened multiple times throughout history when communist or socialist ideologies took over nations. Like, it's yeah, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. Can agree with that.
What incentive the producers have to answer is usually, oh, they will just want to. Yeah, that is literally true, Mr. Mister. When you ask those people what incentives the producers have, the answer is usually, oh, they will just want to. It's funny because that actually reminds me of the Andrew Wilson talking to Tommy Lahren about duties men have and duties women have. And one of the things she said was men do it because they want to, or because they're wired to do it. And it's like, they're not just going to keep doing it just because.
It's like men have no desires. The only desire is to be a simp.
Right.
I disagree. You need to run your business from day dot and structure it like you're in a country. Otherwise, you'll never have the potential to build an empire, whether you do or not. Well, the question there begins with how many guns have you bought for your company? How many tanks are you running right now? How many people are using force and enforcing whatever
That-
you think is moral are doing it.
Are you going to allow your employees to vote on whether or not you get to keep your business?
Well, it also depends on the kind of political system, right? Because it can
Right.
be you can
Right.
vote. Are
Right.
they gonna vote you out? Like,
But the point is, you need like the understanding of free market economics and all of that the libertarians do provide to say, look, this is how I want to run my stuff, without the overarching hand of governance to tell me how I have to do the things that I do, so long as I'm within legal boundaries, right? And that isn't necessarily how you want your government to run. So I don't know.
yeah, I agree.
What-
He says
what-
you're missing the point, but no, because government is the monopoly of force. So even if you're libertarian, you're using force.
No.
So you
See,
have to have force.
you say in a business you're the general. No, in the business you are the king, and then your employees are your military. If that would be the case, it can't be you're just a general, because the general has somebody above them. They don't just make the orders; they carry out the orders of the government, right? So
Well, I think he's missing the point. My point is force. My point is if you're a government, you have to use force to enforce the laws. I am the law, you know? I need to be able to put you in jail if I want to. If I'm gonna be like a king and you are plotting against me and you want to become the king, I need to be able to put you in jail because you're plotting against me.
if
So-
any business runs like a government, it's going to collapse into economic failure.
That's true, because they also they have the power to force the general population to buy whatever product they have, because they're running because it's force, like they're running on force. So they can force people to buy the product. They can force people to, they can wage war. They can do all of these things that are dictated or that are given to
So-
the government.
Right. So I see parallels. There's definitely parallels, original
yeah, I
vintage,
agree.
between government and business. There's definitely parallels in a business structure and a government structure. The differences, though, are big ones. And so if you try to run your business like you would run a nation, there's going to be massive issues. Even just the leadership structure of government versus a business is
Well, I
is
would say
crazy.
that force them to buy what you think tax. Force them to buy what you think tax is. Exactly. That is what tax does, right? They're forcing you to fund whatever the government wants to buy, and the way they do is they take money out of you. But if you go to the Soviet Union, for example, they would force you to get the bread from the lines. So in order to buy bread or to get bread, you have to do it from the lines, from the bread
Yep.
lines.
And even if you're not forcing them to buy specific things, you're still taxing the things that they do buy to make sure that you're getting that revenue. So, like, either way.
Yeah, but I mean, they are specific stores, and the Soviet
Right.
Union is
I
a
get
good
it.
example
Yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
yeah. I don't know. I just don't think you would have success in business if you try to run it like a government. You need it to be like a monarchy, to the point of, like, the owner is deciding who's hired and fired. The owner is, and even if you're going to say, well, then when it becomes a corporation, there's like CEO and all of that stuff. Yeah, sure, but your baseline employees have no say in anything, right?
Well, at that point, even at that point, you are like you change the whole government system because you're not alone in the decision making. Especially if you're like a specific kind of corporation where everything is run through a board. They can take you out of the board, and you have no power anymore.
Right. Like, take your business from you, basically.
Mm-hmm. Well, it happened to that. You know why Twitter was sold, right? So Elon Musk was doing a takeover of Twitter at first. He was buying stock like
Buying shares, yeah.
maniac.
Mhm.
So he bought about 10% of the company, And what's his name? The ex-owner?
Shoot, I don't remember his name right now.
Oh, Jack something,
Jack Dorsey.
I think. Jack Dorsey.
Yeah.
And Jack Dorsey realized that he was doing it, and he pretty much called up a meeting. And during the meeting, he offered to buy the company. And then he pretty much said, if you don't, if you don't, I'm gonna take it away from you anyway. So
What do you mean, good luck, farmer? People starved. I'm totally not sure what you're saying.
he's a farmer, and I don't know.
What the
I mean,
farmers
I
are
think
needed.
he's a farmer. And
I mean, I haven't said anything against farming. I think that it's a noble trade, and it's needed for any civilization to exist. And we should be careful how much regulation and force is put on them, because they need to be able to produce in the best way possible. Which means they need a good incentive structure. They need to be able to charge a decent amount for the goods that they provide. So, I don't know. Chat oftentimes makes me feel so disjointed, because like you're talking about a thing with no specific reference or connection to what maybe they're thinking, and then they type their message, and their message isn't a full idea, but most of it's in their head still, and then they post it, and you're like trying to contend with it, and it's like, what's being argued? I don't think we were arguing whether or not farms are important. I think everybody would agree that they're super important. Yeah, exactly, Pre-Dog. That's basically what I was alluding to earlier. Okay, anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's continue.
Yes.
What happened if you got rid of them? So we don't really know what Trump's anti-DEI steps, what effect that will have on the American workforce. Now, to bring it back to feminization, it is my prediction that if you got rid of these thumbs on the scale, that the problem of the great feminization would take care of itself. That the demographics of a lot of these institutions would change in a way that basically the problem would solve itself. Now, there are some people who disagree. Some people who think the great feminization is here to stay. I'm willing to kind of see what happens. I think there are probably some forms of the great feminization that are here to stay. Women earn more bachelor's degrees than men. There are more female undergraduates than male. But that's been the case since the 1980s. I think the female advantage in post-secondary education, that's probably pretty resilient. I would expect that to continue to be the case. In fact, at a lot of universities, they have affirmative action for men because they don't get enough male applicants. And they know if they have a 70% female campus, nobody's going to want to go there. So at the undergraduate level, it's men who enjoy affirmative action. But how would that work out in the workforce? I would anticipate that a lot of the feminization that we see now would naturally recede. But as I've said, nobody really knows.
And Helen, how much of this is to do with young women not having kids, and therefore their empathy has to go somewhere? It's a controversial question because we know that women, as they have kids, they become more conservative, their priorities change, they focus more on family than they do on social issues.
I have certainly met liberal women whom I would be so bold as to psychoanalyze that is exactly what is going on. But I think the great feminization, the channeling of so many women of childbearing age into the workforce, has had two really big, potentially civilization ending consequences. One is the one I've been talking about, which is the feminization of institutions that makes them no longer function well. The other is declining birth rates, that if you have too many women too dedicated to their careers or engaged in other activities, and so that they're not having kids, that too can cause the end of your civilization. So it's, but I feel like there are a lot of people working on the birth rate stuff. But it's not a coincidence, I guess is what I'm trying to say, that these two problems have arisen at the same time, because they are both connected to the same phenomenon. It is a phenomenon that, like I said before, is one that no human civilization in history has ever faced. So it's not surprising that it would yield huge, unprecedented problems. I think the falling birth rate is one of them.
Well, and also as well, we have to look at university.
I don't even know. Like, this is shocking to me to hear a feminist say that. This is the first time I ever even heard it.
What?
The decline in birth rates. Like, every single time, it's like it's not a problem. It's the first time I ever heard it.
Well, is she
like
a
actually
feminist?
being.
But
I
would
think
say,
she is.
I don't know. But what I would say is, I don't know how she can't make the connection that the feminization is part of the drop in birth rate. Like, literally, they're connected.
Well,
It's not a separate topic.
This is a thing. People are talking about the feminization, but I don't think it's feminization. So the feminine traits are not the same as as weak traits. When we think about the traits of a woman, we would be talking about the capacity to raise children. We would be thinking about the capacity of take care of a family. We'll be thinking about we obviously men obviously like women, and if they look pretty, they like them more. But it's not that is not a value of a woman. It does not correspond to how valuable a woman is per se. So, when I heard these, it is, I do think it's kind of shocking. I it's like one of those things. I never thought I'd see the day when they realized they fucked up.
Yeah.
And I know where I was going. Sorry, these kind of traits where we see is like weak man traits. I don't see this as feminine traits. It's like what we see is like we see the weakness of man,
Right.
of bad traits of man being set up in stone in the culture.
Sure, but this is what I would say. I would say that again is connected. I would say if you allow for what has happened, right, like the women dominating workforce, women dominating college, all these movements to put things more in the feminist way of working, more and more men who aren't willing to stand up and say no are going to go along with it because they've been trained since childhood or for multiple generations that it should be this way. And so they fall into the same boat and they continue to allow it. So what happens is the men aren't necessarily choosing to be weak. They've been trained since birth to act this way and to allow these things to continue. And it keeps going.
I don't mean men. I think that the traits. So
right, I get it. But
it's like it's not a feminization of the trait of we're not seeing the feminization of the trait of woman.
Right.
So we're not feminizing. We're just debilitating. We're like debilitating the institutions.
Sure, I would agree with that.
We're not actually feminizing them.
I would agree with that. But here's the issue: men aren't women and haven't been women. And because of that, men who are acting as women are not going to act like women. Right? It's the same thing of like, how would you know you've never been a woman? Well, when you have all these men who are trying to embody traits that are feminine, they can't. They're going to do a male version of a feminine trait, which to them is what?
Well, yeah,
Acting
I
like a
agree
weaker
with
vessel,
you.
right?
Yeah. Now,
In their
this is
head,
what I'm
maybe, or
saying.
something.
What I'm saying is, and this is something that I don't agree with everything with Ben Shapiro, but when he was talking about feminism about 4 or 5 years ago, he was actually doing a critique. One of the critiques was the people running the feminist movements are not saying act like a lady. What they're saying is we're gonna act like degenerate men.
Yes.
So the
Yes.
way that we see the institutions is not as they're not running themselves as ladies. They're running themselves as degenerate men. That's the point. It's not
Yeah,
we're not
since the
seeing a
beginning.
feminization. Yeah, we're not
I
seeing a
think,
feminization of the institutions. We're seeing just a weakening of the
right.
institutions because a degenerate man is a weakening
Yeah.
of masculine traits.
Okay, so if that was the case, instead of saying the feminization, I would say the feministization. Feministization.
Well, I was just trying to give a little bit of perspective
I
on
think you're right, though. I do.
how I see the because I don't see we're making I don't see we are making the institutions more feminine. We're making the institutions more corrupt in a bad as bad masculine traits.
Isn't that, I mean, isn't that the phase of the cycle we're seeing, right? Strong
Yeah.
men make good times. Good times
Well,
make
I
weak
don't agree
men.
100% with that, but
I
I
don't either.
understand the meme.
There's a certain level of truth to it, because the more comfortable we get, the more complacent we get. And the more
Well,
complacent we get, the more we let creep in that shouldn't be there.
yeah, I can agree with that. It's like, for example, when you have a huge amount of war that has torn a country, and they're able to rebuild, you're gonna have a period of peace because they know what hell is pretty much. So
Right.
nobody wants war. You want to be able to rebuild and have you have a little bit more social cohesion, and everything
Mhm.
is because everybody is in accordance in that sense that they don't want war. And
Right.
then things happen, and it gets more corrupted, right? It gets
Right.
corrupted in other ways. But
Right.
yeah,
And each
I
next
understand.
generation's further from that war, from that hell. And they understand it less and less until they don't even know what could happen. Right.
Mhm. And but I still think that is related to. I would still think that the way that you get away from that is through Christianity. Like you have to have a way out of it. Is like
Yeah.
a way that you get that cohesion
Mhm.
away from war is through a Christian paradigm.
I agree.
And that doesn't mean that you're gonna have problems. But yeah, I was just thinking about it's like they talk about the feminization, but they're not actually doing any kind of feminine traits into it. It's not a feminine idea.
Right.
It's just it's just weak men. It's like
degradation.
the degradation of masculine ideals.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, they could have termed it better for sure.
Well, I think that they're like lying because what they're selling is still feminism. So we want to have more feminine. You know that they're telling you, well, now the institutions are more feminine. They're welcoming to what a feminine person is or a woman, but in reality, it's a lie. We're not actually seeing that.
Well, even in this, I think that it's a degradation of the feminine qualities as well. Like it's a degradation of both masculine and feminine qualities that's turning it into what it is. Because if you looked at just purely masculine and purely feminine, what we're at now is this weird, nasty in-between hybrid thing of what it would be. Right?
Yeah.
It's not feminine because it's lost its mind into decay, and it's not masculine because it's not doing the role of the masculine. So it's lost its mind into decay, and so we have this mishmash, nasty, disconnected version.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah. Indeed.
Women with dicks and shit.
I
I'm sorry.
knew it was going to
that was
happen.
funny.
I wondered where it was going to come from, but I did think that was going to happen because it's a great analogy to where we're at, basically.
Yeah.
If it's not feminine and it's not masculine, but it's somewhere in between.
When it comes to this, because there's a lot of women who go into university and men, and they effectively serve as indoctrination camps. I have friends and I know people who went to Ivy League universities in this country, and what they tell me about the first couple of weeks, I'm going like, this isn't a place of education. You know, you have to stand up and say how you've been oppressed. And that is one very prestigious university in this country where everybody in a class stood up and had to identify how they are oppressed and why it affected them. And you're going, what has this got to do with psychology?
Oh, yeah, you don't have to tell me. The first really famous woke video of the girl yelling at her college master in the courtyard because of the Halloween email. Like the master's wife had sent out an email saying, everybody, Halloween is coming up. Let's be chill about cultural appropriation. If you see a white girl wearing a sari, don't freak out. And a bunch of people said, that's really offensive.
A bunch of people freaked out.
Oh, yeah. And it culminated in a screaming match because the master of the college told people to, come out and let's talk it over. And one girl just had a shrieking meltdown, dropped a lot of F-bombs, which I think is not appropriate to do in that situation.
The exception is because other people have rights too, not just you.
Walk away. Inappropriately listen. It doesn't deserve to be listened to.
Unsafe space here for all.
do not-
Be quiet. For all human students. You understand that? As your position as master, it is your job to create a place of comfort and home for the.
Nope. Wrong. That is not his role. Wow. Wow.
You have to make us feel good.
You have to make
You
us
have to.
comfortable. No.
Yeah.
In a historical sense, when you go to university, it's to challenge you in every way, like not to make you comfortable and make life easy. It's out
What
of
do you
control.
mean? I thought it was about making me feel good.
Dear Lord.
Students that live in Silliman. You have not done that. By sending out that email, that goes against your position as master. Do you understand that? Then
No, I don't
stop.
agree with that.
Then why the fuck did you accept the position?
Because
Who
I have
the
a
fuck hired you?
I have a different
You
vision
should
than you.
step down. If that is what you think about being a master, you should step down. It is not about creating an intellectual space. It is not. Do you understand that? It's about creating.
It is not about creating an intellectual space. She's telling him what it's supposed to be. She's telling the headmaster of the college what the college is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Again,
But
this is
is
what
because
I
they
said
think
near the
this is
beginning.
because they think this is because they think they have the right It's like, I am correct, I have the right to tell you what is it that you're supposed to be doing at the end of
Yeah.
the day.
It's wild.
And this is not only in, like, it's in university, but this has seeped directly into enterprises. It's seeped directly into a lot of different
Even
into
down
the
into high
culture.
schools and public schools too. We've seen it.
Yeah, even into the culture. Like we're seeing these kind of things being happening in the culture, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to say that word
Well,
50 times now.
It is. It's cultural carryover. Like I was saying earlier, like if it's entrained here and it's normal here, it's going to be normal throughout the rest of these kids' lives or young adults' lives into the world, and they're going to try to make all of it conform to this.
Have
And
you
that's
ever
not a
seen?
society that works.
Have you ever seen the claim that this was all like planned by the Soviet Union, the way that they
Oh,
go
yeah.
with the colleges?
Oh yeah, I've played that video. I've played that
Yeah.
interview. Yeah. It's, and he even said in that video, it's probably already too late, but if you catch it now and shift everything, then you might be able to save it. But
I don't think
Sure.
it's too late, but I think it's
Well-
gonna end up in a lot of like we're seeing right now.
Yep.
Like it's gonna end up in force at some
Yep.
point, and it has to end in force because we're talking about different sets of values, a complete different set of values.
Sadly.
Making a home here. You are not doing that.
You're supposed to be making a home here? What?
You should be at the event last night when you hear a Franco say that she doesn't know how to create a safe space for her freshmen and Silliman. How do you explain that? These freshmen come here, they think this is what Yale is? Do you hear that? They're gonna leave, they're gonna transfer because
safe
you are
space.
a poor steward of this community. You should not sleep at night. We're out, we out. You're disgusting.
But the reason why that video stuck in my mind was not just that it was one of the first sort of inaugural salvos of the woke era, but because you could see my old college room in the background. I was like, I walked across that courtyard. That's my courtyard. Stop desecrating it.
No,
I took it
absolutely.
personally.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I also feel that, we talk about feminization. We really have to look at the universities, because if you pump this doctrine, this ideology into people's heads, and then they go out and then spread the ideology,
There it is.
you have to take responsibility. We need to look at universities.
Helen, you're pulling faces. Destroy them with facts and logic.
No, well,
in a more masculine way.
Yeah.
Don't
That's right.
care about consensus or his feelings.
yeah,
Just-
I feel that no. The reason why I disagree is that I don't think wokeness is an ideology, and the reason why it's important to emphasize that is because if it's an ideology, the way we get rid of it is by having better arguments. But if wokeness is an inevitable result of demographic feminization, if any organization or institution
Yeah, she's just wrong there.
Well, you
It
have
is.
you have to make a definition. This is a definition word game.
Yeah,
So I
but-
don't know what she means by not being an ideology.
Well, she's trying to say that this is the natural course of human movement so long as we continue to move as we are. Like the societies keep growing and technological advancement continues and women are allowed into the spaces and everything. This is just how it's going to be. But in reality, no. This didn't happen because there was no ideology. This is started through an ideology and continues to grow because of the adoption of that same ideology.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you, Vatican VI. You've got to read Changing Images of Man. It lays the nonsense out in the 80s, and it's what's being implemented now. Yeah. Well, that's what we're saying with like, I can't remember his name right now, but he's the ex-KGB agent who did the interview in the 1980s, and he talked about exactly that it's just basically a demoralization campaign, like change the ideology and the thought processes of everybody, turn everybody into snitches, destroy any kind of cohesion until the system falls in on itself. And then at that time, the Soviet Union could come in and sweep up and take it over. And basically everything he says in that interview has come to pass, and down to the, like, he literally lays out that you'll be able to tell people that a color is the color that it is, and they won't believe you because of the way they've been indoctrinated. And that's literally what's happening with all kinds of ideas today.
It's gonna go worse.
You're right, Dave. She is correct that this ideology will not engage with superior arguments, but that doesn't mean it's an ideology. Just because it's ideology doesn't mean it can be argued out of people. If they've bought in with religious fervor to an ideology that's bad, that doesn't make it any less ideology. It just means they're brainwashed and unbrainwashable. At that point, they've now bit into whatever this ideology is, and they believe it so wholeheartedly that there's no way of changing it. And they've been given incentives to hold on to it, right? Like, the more free stuff you give them, the more ideas you give them to empower themselves, the people who get empowerment through the ideology are never going to just relinquish that. So long as they get to dictate how the world around them operates, they're going to continue to hold on. It is cult-like. It's exactly that. And the cult is self-worship. Like we were saying earlier on in this video, you're telling, their ideology is telling them that you can worship yourself unless you're certain people, and everybody should bow their knee to your wants and your desires and give you whatever it is that you want and not argue, because their arguments are wrong because they're immoral. So, and then you can ask them, well, how is it immoral? And they can't answer you. And you can say, where's the justification for your morals? And they'll say, that's what I want. Well, that, to them, they are the ultimate arbiter of moral values. This is the same arguments that, a lot of us have contended with in this space. Like Andrew asking, well, based on what? Well, based on the consensus of people. Well, then that's just people's feelings and wants. Who's the arbiter of that? Just the person who has the want. It reminds me of that argument with Charlie.
Yeah, the religion without God at the end of the day is the lie. So the lie is you can be your own God, or you can be your own source of morality. You can have your own justification.
We're right back to the garden.
We're right back into the garden, baby.
There you go.
Back into the garden.
Yep.
Institution that has a critical mass of women is going to behave.
This is just the original lie's fruit coming to bear. That's what this is.
This way, no matter what their ideology is. If that's the case, then we really can't trust that wokeness is over or will recede naturally or that better arguments will win the day. And I see a lot of people now feel like, okay, the insanity of 2020 is over. People are no longer getting canceled left and right. Maybe the vibe shift is here and wokeness is over. And I think that is premature. I think it is going to be more resilient than that, because it is connected to this demographic feminization.
Well, very much on that. I mean, I nearly made the joke that, you're saying we shouldn't get rid of the ideology, we should just get rid of the women. But I guess what I'm going to ask you is, once you've got a situation where you've encouraged so many women into the workplace, your argument is you've affirmative actioned them somewhat into the workplace. We now live in a society where even as a two-income couple, life is pretty hard, actually, in a way that it just wasn't for your grandparents in this country. Are you going to get the toothpaste back in the tube? Like, how do you even do that? Because as a young woman, you're not going to get married until your mid-30s, possibly, just because of the way the world is. You need to make a living. You need to have a career. It's no longer as much of an option to find a guy at 20, marry, be the homemaker, and let him, because like that guy's going to have to earn a hell of a lot of money just for you to live a lower class life.
Oh, that's
forget about a middle class life, right?
Wait a second. This is a fuck libertarians. This is the problem. This is the moment libertarians lose the fucking plot.
Yep.
So no, there are ways that you can make it work. So this is something that's happening all the time. Whenever we can see it in low-income families, especially in the past, they didn't have all the protections that they have right now when they were making it work. Why? Because there's this thing called sacrifice, and people can make sacrifices for the kids so they have a better family, a better standard. So this is unnecessary. His idea is untrue. Like this idea of we need to have a bajillion dollars so we can have kids.
I agree.
That is false.
I agree. You make the sacrifices that are needed in order to make it work.
Yeah. So this idea of we can have kids because we need $1 billion, that's false. It's not true.
Right. It's the excuse. Well, I'm working until I'm ready, until we have enough finances, until those are all arbitrary things. They set an arbitrary limit to extend how long it's going to take them to do the things, right? Like, oh, maybe when I'm 40 and I've saved $1 million and I own this and I do that. Well,
Yeah.
you can't guarantee any of the things that you're saying right now. You're just saying that you want to do things that you're unsure you can even do before you're ready.
And that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that you don't. I'm not saying that you have to do them immediately, right?
No.
But the point is, you get married to have kids and to have a family, and you should be the way that we look at it. It should be we want to get to the point in which we are going to have a family. That's how
Right,
I
but
see
they've
the way of society should go towards.
I
Instead, what
agree.
we look is the opposite.
Right, they've shifted it. They've shifted it away from that, and they've made it so foggy and unclear that people who are growing up have all these thoughts and images and ideas in their head that are disconnected from how it's always been. And they think it's normal too.
Yeah, yeah. It's really it's not great.
No. Those ideas into fire. Understandable sentiment.
The two income trap is a serious problem.
Yeah.
And I think there are a lot of things unrelated to the gender question that we can do to address that. I think that reducing immigration would actually go a really long way to solving the two income trap and reducing some of those massive cost of living pressures that couples face.
What do you know?
But I have hope.
Getting
I'm
the woman out of the
optimistic
fucking
that
workforce
the
would do the
two income
same.
trap problem can be solved.
Well, it wouldn't do it instantly, but you're right. But doesn't that go back to the sacrifice thing?
Yeah, it does.
There's going to be a little bit of hardship for a while, and then things will get
Well,
better.
we are in hardship right now. Like, people are
Right.
having
I
trouble,
agree.
and we're probably gonna have trouble still next year. But
Oh, it's going to be, yes.
this is my cope. Okay, I really want next year to be a lot better. But my cope is taxes middle of next year, and the first quarter is gonna be better for families, and we're gonna have a little bit of a rebound, and it's gonna get better afterwards as well.
It's already kind
That
of
is-
looking that way. We'll see if we can maintain it. And then there's the question of into the future. So I would say people need to be active, pay attention,
and
harp
this
on
is
what's
my
true.
other cope. My other cope is we're gonna win the midterms because we have every single reason to win the midterms.
I agree with you. We need,
have like
we do.
I had a disagreement with Rob about it. Rob Noor.
Really?
I talking to his I called in and I was like, listen, I'm gonna be a little bit white-pilled. I'm gonna give you my argument as to why. He let me go a little bit before because what's his name? Brian Shapiro was speaking in chat. So
Oh,
he
man.
wanted to get his hands on a dumb on a dumbass. But yeah, but it was like, hey, I'm kind of white peeled. I think we're gonna win. And he was like, well, I hope you're right.
Dave,
I
you
don't-
should send that to me in DMs. Because I'll do it, but... And I have to use the restroom.
I can hold the fort.
Do you want me to play it, or do you want...
No, I can hold it. Don't worry. If I can
Okay.
put it back and just check out. I'm just gonna read
Okay.
chat for a little bit.
Okay.
I would recommend watching and reviewing the recent Heretics Andrew Gold interview with Steve Laws, ethno-nationalist. Is he a heretic or is he talking about heresies? We're going to meet the midterms. I agree with you. I hope so. Matt Morgan, 1092. Thank you for the one member. Lol, is there something on your ceiling? In his ceiling, he has an axe. I think it's the axe. I'll check when he comes back. I'll bob you a link so interesting viewing. Heretics is the name of the channel. Well, I'll take a look at it too. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. Thank you for the member, Manmart again. Really appreciated for the stream. It's interesting to see, like, next Force Karaoke. Force Karaoke is every Saturday. This Saturday we're gonna have this Saturday we're going to have another Force Karaoke. Tomorrow, I know I shouldn't be plugging myself that badly. I don't think I'm gonna stream tonight. It's too late. But tomorrow I'm gonna be building Belial from the Dark Angels on stream. This is my first Warhammer figurine. I'm gonna be building it on stream and getting it ready for I'm getting it ready. Just that is the idea for tomorrow. Next week, depending on certain stuff, I might start painting it. I bought some Terminators that are supposed to arrive at some point, and I might buy another miniature just to keep me entertained if I really like it. Send us the link for my channel. Sure, I'll send you the link to my channel. If you want me to lose, by the way, I will say that today I kinda lose a little bit of a debate. Why do I get the feeling that I remember you? Yeah. But she's been name streaming time I've been on. Yeah, I remember you. It's just I don't have a problem with it. That's my YouTube channel. I'll be doing my Warhammer miniature. We're gonna be building Belial, the Grandmaster of the Deathwing. This is a Dark Angel army they're gonna be building. After I'm done building the army, I'm gonna try to do a 2000 point army. I'm gonna probably try it once, and then I'm gonna be selling it to anybody who wants to collect a full painted army. I'm probably gonna be doing in parts, but yeah. Best name ever, carrying down that hill on. What? I don't understand what you mean. Wolf brand chili, not the worst dinner I ever had. That sounds nice. As you can see, I finally. I always made a joke that my YouTube channel was just HTTP, but apparently he fixed it, so it's not that anymore. But it was funny while it lasted. So yeah, I'll be doing a Warhammer miniature building tomorrow. I was gonna stream today, but Abe was gonna be streaming, and then I was gonna stream earlier, but I went to Confluence. Oh, that's cool. I never seen the movie. I'll try to check it out. It's the Blue Jays' fault. It's always the Blue Jays' fault. Blue Jay is Blue Jay. Oh, what happened here? I don't know if Abe computer just crashed, but apparently it did. I'm gonna wait for him for a little while, see what he says. If he wants me to end the stream, I'll probably end it. Before that happens, is there? I've been like really interested in. Oh wow, that's a pretty cool painting. I'm looking at a painting by Bree. Do you know Bree? If nobody knows Bree here, I'm gonna plug in his channel. If you're interested in painting, learning how to paint, or do anything like that, I would recommend you to go to this channel. This is Bree's channel, and that is her latest painting, which is pretty good. I mean, I have almost everything. I could do anything right now. Could do anything. Oh, Abe is back. Hello, Abe.
What the heck?
What happened to you?
I don't know. I went to the bathroom and came back, and my StreamYard said something went wrong, and I wasn't in it anymore.
I was like, "What is this?"
I'm like, that's weird.
And
I
I
don't know
meant,
why I
why
would-
is why is Confluence gay? Because he likes men. So
What the how weird.
I was just telling everybody to go ahead and sub and check out Bree's channel. Have you
Heck
seen Bree's
yeah.
channel?
Yeah, I have. I watched her paint.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome.
She is awesome. She's an awesome friend to the channel and an awesome person. So go watch her paint. Make sure you sub. Make sure you like. Grow.
Did you see
Help her grow.
my little thing, my little friend that I'm gonna be building tomorrow?
Your Warhammer?
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting.
So I'm gonna be building. Let me change this. Okay. I'm gonna be building this guy.
Mm-hmm. That's
I don't know if you can
badass.
see it. So I'm gonna be
Hold
building this guy tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna be doing.
There, do that. Show it now.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Belial.
Oh man. That's badass.
Yeah.
You're gonna do it on stream?
I'm gonna be building it on stream. I bought a lot of little things, so I'm gonna be making some modifications. I'm gonna check if I have like micro. I want
That's
to create
awesome.
the effect of Oh crap! Oh, whoops! I want to create the
Jeez.
effect that the sword is like have lighting on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to use like small wires to create the idea of the lighting, and then paint the whole sword like if it was discharging some kind of electricity. That's like some of my idea that's going on, and yeah, it's gonna be a challenge. It's the first time I'm doing it, so it's gonna take me a little bit of time to make it to get it right. They're actually super small,
Yeah.
so they're not. I thought they were a lot bigger than they are, and they're not. They're quite small.
They're like minis.
Well, yeah, but they look big in YouTube. Okay, they look
they're made
bigger
to
in
play-
YouTube.
They're made to play a tabletop game. You just have to remember that.
Yeah, well, I never seen them before. The first time I saw them was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Well, you should go to more card shops.
Well, I am. Maybe
Now you
tomorrow
are.
I'll go. Yeah, now I am. They've
Well,
got
you wanna-
no. They're bigger. They're bigger than they used to be. They used to be way smaller.
No, there is smaller ones too.
Yeah, that's true. But Warhammer has gotten a little bit bigger. They were like, if you look at old Space Marines, they look like they look stunted, kind of like dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
Pumpkin
And-
heads like down the 40k rabbit mini he goes.
Yeah, it's that's a road and a half.
You have any? I don't have primer, but I'm not gonna paint it yet. I'm just gonna build it, and I'm gonna probably do modifications. I'm gonna see I'm gonna build it first, and then if something happens that I want to do, I'll probably do it. I'm also going to magnetize the arms, just in case I have anything else I can upgrade it with later on. I can just get an arm and do it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
Do you
fun.
wanna-
I got like the full thing. I got the pliers. I got green stuff. I got the sculpting tools. I got everything I need.
Wow. Going all in.
I'm going all in. So you better like this fucking stream, okay?
Yep. Okay. You want to continue reviewing, Emmett?
Yeah, let's continue.
Through appropriate policies, because there are just so many forces of gravity pulling against it.
Mhm.
Even now, when it's there are so many pressures for women to stay in the workforce, even when they have kids, even with all of those things, most women still tell surveys that they prefer to work part-time or to drop out of the workforce for a few years while their kids are young. So that's what women still want. And the women whose husbands do earn enough tend to do exactly that. Even really accomplished women, women with law degrees or medical degrees, almost most of them go part-time at some point in their careers when they choose to have children. So there really are a lot of deeply seated human forces of gravity pulling in the direction of the mode of family that we've had for millennia. So the two-income trap does make it harder, but I think if we make it even just a little bit easier,
But first they have to get there, right? Because if you're teaching them from a young age not to, it's harder
Mhm.
to have a populace that wants to do the natural thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you just keep filling their heads with all this, that's what you want, that's what you want, that's what's best, that's what you want. And then they get to adulthood and they do it. Well, if you're sold a lie and you live it until you're too old to not, that's just wrecked it for that person, which we're seeing a lot of.
Well, it's happening right now, right?
Yeah. Yes, we're seeing a ton of it.
Yeah.
A ton of it.
Yeah, I agree.
people will gravitate to the older, better model.
That's really interesting. The one area of your art, so all of the things we've talked about so far, you're an expert in and we're not. The one area that you talked about that we sort of do know from the inside out is media. And that's where I thought, with all possible respect, of course, that there was the most controversial claims that you made, actually, because one of the arguments you made is, and you've kind of described it already in the course of this conversation, which is about the fact that a more male institution is much more focused on the pursuit of truth, even if that means there's conflict, people are offended and upset. And I go, well, look at the kind of world that we're in. We're in new media, we're on YouTube, we're in podcasting. Almost all of the people who do that are male. I go, I'm not certain that that is become an environment where the pursuit of truth is the primary goal. It seems to me that the pursuit of clicks, the pursuit of controversy, the pursuit of fighting has become the primary goal. Pursuit of truth seems to me quite secondary. So is it really true to say that, you know, the more masculinized institutions of media are much more focused on truth than the more feminized version of it? The news doesn't just tell you what's happening. It so often tells research.
I think one of the best responses to the article that I read was by Megan McArdle, who's a political journalist in Washington, D.C., who I've been reading for a long time. She's really, really great, really sharp. But she reflected on the feminization thesis and thought, well, you know, certainly there's clearly a lot of validity there. But the part that I liked was her anecdote of her own career in media. She said, you know, that she's been to policy dinners in DC where journalists and practitioners get together. And she's been to the some all-female ones, deliberately all-female, to help the ladies advance their careers. And she says the atmosphere is so different because at those all-female dinners, when you ask somebody a question, you do that with the purpose of getting an answer and hearing what it is. If you're at a mixed policy dinner where men are present, you ask a question to prove that you're smarter than the person you're asking the question of. And so it is clearly true that I do not mean to lionize or paint a rosy picture of masculine modes of interaction. They are certainly not always oriented towards the pursuit of truth. But our institutions have evolved to turn male stupidity and competitiveness and silliness. I have 3 boys. I deal with it a lot. To turn that into, to channel that towards the pursuit of truth. So even if you are at one of the mixed policy dinners that Megan McArdle was talking about, and it's a lot of people trying to show that they're smarter than the other people at the end of the table, everybody else in the room learns a lot. The fact that you're trying to do that kind of one-upsmanship tends to lead to a good conversation and to advance, certainly with greater celerity than the all-female policy dinners, which I have also been at, which do tend to move really slow because there's a lot of compliments and telling each other how great they are. Nothing against it. I love compliments, but it does take up a lot of time.
And what well, moving on.
No, hold on. Sorry to interrupt. But can we come back to this point about media? Because the broadcast scene, I just genuinely don't think, with all respect to our fellow YouTubers and podcasters, has created an environment that is more focused on the pursuit of truth. And that, to me, is kind of the big issue with the argument you're making. Do you have any more?
I think he's missing the fact that when you have enough people in it fighting the way that he said, the truth seems to win out over time.
Well, they are. I'm pretty sure that he's some kind of lefty, right? He has some kind of lefty beliefs at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He has it.
I'm sure. I mean, he's got some base takes and he has some good stances, but like most people, he's going to have some stuff that's out there. And he lives in the UK and he's originally of Russian-ish descent, I think. So, like, he's got some weird stuff, I'm sure, but. And UK. Do I have to say more than UK for you to know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some lefty stuff, I'm sure. But
so
for the most part,
well, first off, if they're not lefty, they're part of the caliphate. So what I was going to say is that I think there's still this kind of residue of the misinformation campaign, and they're pretty much saying that without saying that. So they're saying like, oh, there's still misinformation. Oh, there's still this bad thing. Oh, there's still this bad thing, and they don't kind of realize that they're even part of it in a sense. If you're gonna be like, the internet is misinformation or it doesn't contribute to get to the truth or stuff like that, they are a big podcast, so they are contributing to that immediately on their own.
I think what he's saying is that. I think he's saying that there's so many of us on here, and if this is our livelihood, we're going to do what it takes to get paid, and the truth may go to the wayside because of that, which I think is true. We see plenty of people, you and I both know plenty of people in this space, they're willing to do whatever to get a buck, even though the truth doesn't matter to them that much. But what I'm saying is, yes, but the people who are telling the truth are going to continue to tell the truth, and they'll be consistent, and that will win out over time, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, yes, they're a big podcast, but I don't disagree with him that there's plenty of people that are going to come on here and do whatever it takes to get paid. And
all I'm saying with that is that you cannot make the universal statement this way.
True.
If he's saying there is, this kind of spaces doesn't contribute to the truth, he is talking about himself at that point.
True.
Because he's part of the space.
True,
So
and I
if you're
think he's
gonna say
aware.
that, yeah. Okay. Then sure.
I think
I
he's
agree
aware
with
of that. Because I don't think he would continue to do it. Like, he does interviews of all these people, and sure, he'll say what he thinks about things, but I've seen him argue with left-leaning people as much as right-leaning people about what is true in these situations. I don't know how many interviews or videos you've watched from Triggernometry. I'm not saying that I agree with them on all their takes, but I would say that he's pretty even-keeled at the very least. He's not like some of the people that we know that will go all the way off the rails in every direction. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I agree.
you could watch his interview with like Peter Boghossian and stuff like that. It's pretty good.
This all I'm saying is that I think this is a very
Yeah.
this is a tactic that I'll be looking at when it comes to the political ideas. It's like, well, if I'm not gonna win you in the if I'm not gonna win the debate, and I'm not gonna win in the ideas of truth, and I'm not gonna win the cultural ideas, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna attack the whole
Right.
space. So
I'll
nothing
slander it all.
matters. Yeah.
Yeah. Slander the concept so that none of it matters. Yeah.
Yeah, none of it matters, and the same happens in politics, right?
Right.
Left and the right are the same. There's nothing we can do. Everything is gonna go to shit. There's no reason to get involved into it. It's like, well,
Right.
let's pretend that that's true. I will still get into it, so I can choose the lesser of the two evils if there's no other option. But I don't think that's the case. I think that we can. There's actually ways of inflicting the culture. There's ways of getting the correct people in power. There's ways of doing all of those things.
Right.
I'm just saying that I see that as a tactic. I see that as a
Right.
especially
Right.
lefty, but it can be anybody can use that,
Right. I agree.
and you're just demoralizing. It's just a demoralization
is-
tactic.
Which is exactly part of all of the KGB agents' talking points before. Remember, he said the demoralization is the point at which you can't differentiate anymore. Well, if
Yeah.
you just keep saying that everything's crap, everything's bad, nobody's trustworthy, well then you have nowhere to look anymore. You know?
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, we've gotten there.
To say on that aspect of it.
I mean, I'm not sure that the purpose of a podcast is always just the pursuit of truth, right? At a certain level, it's also about entertainment. It's also about growing your audience. You know, I've worked at a lot of publications where you have meetings and sit down and ask basic questions like, what is our purpose? And truth is a part of it, and one that you always want to keep front and center, but I'm not sure it's the only thing. But I guess my real response is that there are definitely masculine modes of failure as well. So it is very possible for institutions to fail in distinctively masculine ways that they would not have failed if there had been more ladies in the room. But when I look at the world around me today, I don't see a lot of institutions failing in that way. I do see a lot of institutions failing in distinctly feminine ways.
And would you say particularly a good example of this might be something like Disney, for instance, where they you produce content that, shall we say, is hyper liberal, progressive, woke, whatever way you want to describe it. No one wants to watch it, and everybody's like, why is there a trans person in my Star Wars movie?
Yeah, and it doesn't even have sort of masculine coded stories of adventure and things like that.
Because to me, the thing that I found surprising as somebody who loves movies, loves series, not particularly a huge Star Wars fan, what I couldn't understand is, again and again, why are you producing content that the hardcore of your fan base won't like? That to me seemed like glorified economic financial suicide.
I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I have heard that I have heard that feedback from people I know who do love Star Wars. It's a boy franchise. Why are you making a girl movie in your boy franchise? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know.
Right. So it isn't just Star Wars, but I guess the thing that I kind of wanted to drill down upon is we've talked about the peak of woke. Do you think that we've now coming to the end of it, or do you think that it will always remain there latent because of this feminization process that you've described?
Yeah, I'm worried that it will still be there. That it's only a matter of time before somebody whips up another moral outrage that we all have to be hysterical about, because the way that we
Moral outrage. Interesting
Yeah.
terminology. Interesting terminology for what it's being used for.
Yep.
I mean, it hits and doesn't hit at the same time. It's so funny because it's like an anti-moral outrage is more apt, but the way she used it makes it like that's what they will say. Is it's immoral or this is, morally wrong. It's just like the whole fight that you just had. Like,
Yeah.
you're going to question somebody's morality from an absence of morality position and then say that it's a moral outrage. So
Well,
it's like,
I've been doing this not long ago. I had this conversation with somebody. I was like, well, I'm gonna make a. You say that there's monolithic statements. So you have to be careful with monolithic statements because if you
Yep.
have one example, you can't do it anymore. But it's a very simple thing. Like I will say that every atheist and every single person in totality, like as a monolith, everybody uses moral statements, and
yeah. Oh, yeah.
so I made the claim that it doesn't matter which atheist, they all use moral statements.
Yeah.
And one person was like very angry at me. He was like, "That's a monolith. That's a monolith. You can't do that." It's like, yeah, I can. But and
It's
the
like
first
saying,
thing they
that's like saying humans die.
yeah. And then the
Like-
first thing I ask is like, well, what do you mean by that? No, you can't say that. Okay, fine. You think that they don't do it? No, not everybody does it. So whenever, if let's say that a woman gets deleted, they would just say, well, stuff happened. It's stuff doing stuff. Matter doing matter things. It doesn't matter.
I'm sure you
Or
could
there would be
find...
like, there will be no. I can sure that I'm sure that there's gonna be somebody that's gonna be like, yes, that's what I say. It's just the dust
Right.
particles doing dust
Right.
particles. But if you go through his history or his whatever it is,
Right.
you will find him that at some point he's giving some kind of grandiose moral standing.
Well, no, I was
So
going to say,
everybody
the second you make it personal is the moment that a moral standard will come out.
Yeah, of course. Every single time, even if it's for himself, the moral standard, the whatever moral, they may not be able to say that it comes from anywhere but themselves, but
Right.
they will use moral standards. Like they
Well,
will
that's why
use
I said
moral-
that. That's why I said if you take it to a
moral standard.
personal, remember that like there's a certain level of me.
Yeah,
If that is the
Always.
truth, then you've put that position on yourself. Now everything that happens in a personal manner is more egregious than that which happens outside of your sphere. So there's going to be a moral condemnation of some kind in that moment.
yep, that's true.
It doesn't mean it's actually a moral framed statement or a truth claim, but to them, subjectively, it was immoral, right?
Well, to them it would be a moral claim, and to
Right.
be it would be a true moral claim because it comes from them.
Right.
So the justification is just I said it, and this
Right.
is me, and
Right. Right.
existence
Exactly.
exists, bro.
Oh, that would be crazy.
I don't know how many times I've seen that debate, but I've seen that debate like way too many times. I've seen it like
All the times. like
5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
Reminds me of, you know what I do sometimes when I'm really really bored and there's nothing I want to watch? I go back and watch the Sender Hall Destiny debate. And I've seen that debate like 10, 12 times. It's
Why?
just funny. Because
You're a nerd.
it's one of those few times where I thought that the Destiny, like, Sanderhall was so nice and so dumb, and Destiny, that he ended up making Destiny's Berg, and Destiny's Berg was kind of based. It's like, what do you mean? Not everybody has all the money in the world to build that 11 billion business whenever they get destroyed.
Yep. That's funny.
It's like- so it's kind of funny
Wow.
to see get really pissed off at one of his own guys.
It's funny that you brought that up because I forgot that even happened. So
Well,
Now I
that
might
and
have to go
the
back and watch it.
that and the Vosh debate. The Vosh debate
Oh
is
my
also
gosh. That
the Vosh
that
destiny.
that was so crazy. I remember when all those falling outs were happening. That was crazy funny.
I never thought they were gonna fall out because at the end of that debate, quotation marks, they're like, "I love you, bro. I love you. I love you, bro."
Yeah, well, when opportunity strikes, right?
Yeah. Well, they were trying to. That was the point where like Hassan and all of them were like distancing themselves, and they were trying to put distance. It's funny that the only one that actually survived all this crap and is like growing and still holding an audience is Destiny.
Well, he was the
And
center point. They were orbiters. He was the main thing from the beginning. So
yeah, Hassan like blew up and now is like pretty much dying away. Everybody
well,
hate. He's so dumb.
we see the same thing in our spaces.
Yeah.
If people turn on the thing that originally spawned them, generally, they either end up, well, one or the other falls. And usually the one that was already there stays. Just kind of how it goes. You could almost equate it to like thermodynamics.
Almost.
Like social thermodynamics. Whatever that is.
Yep, I agree. Well. Can you? Because stuff comes from stuff, bro.
Yeah,
And
stuff
it's
does
just
come from stuff. Totally. Totally, dude. But no stuff comes from nothing. Stuff has to come from stuff, Emmett.
It's just stuff happening, bro. Like, have you ever seen that? It's just a gym bob. I was with Confluence. They were like, "You debate like Andrew Wilson." I'm like, I don't even debate like Andrew Wilson. I wish people would be sub to my channel.
You're like, I use some of the things that he does, but he and I would disagree and argue on some stuff too. So,
well, I would say that I use more, especially when it comes to arguments. I use more of Jim Bob,
yeah,
Jay Dyer,
yeah.
Like those kind of arguments.
The issue is
more than I do with Andrew, and they're like, "That's even worse." And I was like,
well, the issue,
what's wrong with
right?
that?
The issue though is that like if you argue tag, immediately some of these people are going to think that it originates with only them, and they're the only ones that do those arguments because they're the only ones they've ever seen make those arguments. So then they're going to equate you to them rather than you to the argument.
Well, yeah, but I just thought it was like kind of funny then that they were like, "You're like Andrew Wilson." It's like, no, I some of my arguments are in response to Andrew Wilson arguments.
Yep.
And they're like critiques in a sense, and I'm using it against some of the supporters, in fact, of Andrew. Like, but I'm not doing it in mean way. I'm just trying to figure out like thresholds and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is, like, even if you present argumentation that's a lot like someone else's in a debate-based arena, or in, like, say it comes down to transcendentals or whatever it is, obviously there's going to be things that are either in line with that person or that you literally used from that person's argument because it was good, or it's gonna be like them in some way because there's only certain lanes for like defeaters and argumentation.
Well,
so, like,
to be honest, it's like they did change my mind. It's not. I'm not saying that they had no impact on me. Obviously, they did. It's not like I'm saying, "Hey, I came out with the argument." It's like I pretty much said it myself. It's like, well, I took more if I'm gonna talk about whose ideas I take actually from a lot, it's more from Jim Bob and Jay Dyer, especially Jay Dyer. Like the transcendental argument is, I took it directly from him.
Right. Well, it's because it's their mode mostly. More
Yeah.
often than like just Andrew.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying that Andrew wouldn't argue tag, but like it's not like his specialty. So, and we
Yes.
see Jay and Jim Bob do it far more often.
So no, Andrew doesn't debate tag. Andrew grants worldviews and then
Right.
does internal critique. So this is what happened when you look at So for example, when he was trying to convince Charlie of his worldview, the way he did it was by critiquing the world that was created by feminism. It's not that he went through the idea of, let me tell you about the transcendental and how you get to idea of God through it. He was like, look, you've created this worldview and it sucks, and this is what we have to deal with. And he did the same thing with Dillahunty, right? With Dillahunty was like, I agree with you. We're gonna be secular humanism, so he's gonna use the secular humanism to grant everything from the Christian perspective. And it's a very effective way of doing debates. Sometimes I do that. I'm like, well, let's go through your worldview, and when I get to the final contradiction, I can just grant it. Right? It's like, well, why do you believe what you believe? Well, because I think it's true. Okay, I think my worldview is true. Thus, my worldview is true. And it would be like, no. It's like, but your justification is just that you think it's true. So I think mine is true. So my Christianity is true because I think so, and that's it. Like, there's no way that we can go further in your worldview.
Right, because if yours is right, then anybody who grants any worldview is also right, because there's no way to falsify.
Yeah, there's no falsify, exactly.
Like, if it just comes down to what I think and what you think, then no one's wrong ever.
Well, if it comes to what I think or what you think, why would I grant you that you are right? I'm wrong. I'm just right.
Indeed.
It's like, well, screw you. I'm the one that's right.
Right. Exactly. Good call.
So that's a way that he does. And then, but when people have asked me like my worldview, I go through the transcendental. I'm like, well, look, we have transcendentals. We have. There are things that are mind dependent that are true, even if particular minds are incorrect. For example, if you're going with through.
And how do I debate, Emmett?
You do. It depends on what you're debating. You have a better, like, I'm way worse at doing steelmans than you are. You're very good at understanding like the other points of view and positions. And you actually make like actual you go with proper argumentation and don't do that much of internal critique. You're like going a little bit tit for tat and back and forth, and you tend to have like an actual worldview. Also, you don't debate like these uber philosophical ideas sometimes.
Not currently.
Like,
I will.
you know, going into confluence and being like a guy, and then like trying to explain where the contradiction is, and then like doing a Socratic method so that he understands where it's coming from, and he's just, what's BNLP? What's BNLP? And I'm like, dude, answer the question, and we'll get there at some point.
I've tried to explain to him Socratic questioning so that you can break down the ideas to their base parts, and he just.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you go to the point where I say, well, this is bad faith. Like, you won't answer any question. Like, I'm trying to explain to you shit, and you're just acting bad faith. And then he's like, well, what about you? What's my worldview? And I'm like, okay, what is your worldview? I'm kind of agnostic. Oh, well, fuck you then. I grant you your ignorance. There's nothing to question there. What am I going to question there? It's like...
Yep. It's silly. It's so weird. And like, you don't need training and stuff. You just need to go and have the conversations and figure out how to get to information, right? Like if I'm gonna have an argument with you, first I need to at least semi understand where you're coming from, and then let's break it down and break it down and break it down until either you no longer understand it or I've proved that it's broken.
Yeah.
That's kind of at least partially how I generally look at it. So
Yeah,
Uh,
well, it's pretty much what you're trying to do at the end of the day. You're trying to figure out what the other person is saying and why, and then you can try to contend with the conceptualization. I've been like lately, I've been like, you know what? I don't care about the word. You win on the word semantics. Let's use whatever word you want. Let's just move on with the argument.
which
Because
is what I like. I like to hit people with linguistics and rhetoric. I do, to be fair.
yeah, I know, but there's a problem. Like, there can be problems. There are moments
There-
in
Absolutely. Absolutely. You
I've
leave
been,
yourself
I had
open.
like I had moments when I'm so pissed off that you're using the word "see" wrong in this specific thing is watch. It's like fuck off, okay? You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, instead of getting pissed off at that, it's like, okay, my bad. You got the correct word. Can we move to the concept? Okay, fuck that. Just
Because
move
then
to the
it feels like you're
concept.
arguing with a lady. That's what happens. You're just being nitpicked because of the word choice. You're like, I don't care what the word is.
Don't
Contend
give
with
a
the
fuck.
idea.
My apologies. Just move on.
Just keep going, please. Stop this. Okay. You ready?
It's like, I'm ready.
They should change it. It should be the problem with complete degradation of society. That's what it should be.
Neutralize those kinds of mass hysteria episodes is by talking about them rationally. And if we
Mhm.
don't do that anymore, then we're not going to be able to neutralize them.
But it's also as well, and Constantine touched on it with his argument with the podcast scene, which is basically people respond to incentives. Social media also rewards people who make histrionic, overblown, ridiculous arguments because they create the most engagement.
Yeah. And I'm worried about that. And I think there are things we can do in the meantime.
That's because the internet is like the global limbic system of humanity.
Well, that's why we made it that way, because it wasn't that way at some point.
I agree. It used to be for like
But-
information transfer and data and information, and now it's become entertainment, and entertainment is very limbic.
Yeah. Now, what I will say is that, yes, you can have like there's a lot of people. If you say something stupid, there's going to be like 50 million people that are going to come to you and tell you how stupid you are, right? But
Sure.
what we're seeing is the up and down of the thing. So we had a lot of people. We had like a moment of pure emotion, also known as 2020. 2020 was the year of the emotional Chad.
Mhm.
That was it. It's like everything was emotion. Oh my god, how are you? Oh my god, it was the oh my god, moral
Yep.
outrage everywhere.
Mhm.
Okay, and what we're looking at is that the moment people are starting to realize that these people are just lying to you, they stop watching them. One of
Yeah, we
the things I stopped watching Ben Shapiro, I remember this. It's that one week in 2018, Trump said a mean tweet. It wasn't
Mm.
even that mean of a tweet. And
Yep.
this fucker went a full week
Yep.
melting down over a mean tweet that wasn't even that mean.
So we have
And I was
hit,
like, why am I even watching this? Like,
we've
I
hit
don't,
the
I don't.
desensitized phase. The
Yeah.
internet has become more and more desensitized. Like, meh, whatever.
But then we have people like Andrew, right? We have people like Andrew Wilson. We have people like Jim Bob. We have people that are actually making ripples in the culture that are very good debaters and using like truest statements, and they're like willing to give these kind of arguments that are entertaining, and they're kind of an outrage in a sense, and at the same time, they're like actually giving a good debate and good debate ideas. I don't know if you watched like the last debate from Andrew. It was Andrew versus I'm autistic guy, 20-year-old I'm autistic guy.
Wait,
And
which
he
one was that?
literally, it was so Andrew had a debate with yesterday, well, 2 days ago now, and the debate was about a critique on Andrew.
Oh,
So he went over there and he was like, "Well, what are your critiques?" And he like showed the video. So the first video is I don't know if you remember, but there was this woman that used to she was in some kind of OnlyFans. She was in a relationship with someone weird, and Andrew says something akin to said something akin to you do this kind of bullshit to a dude, right?
mhm.
And the whole point is she is pretty much at that point she is pretty much engaging in some kind of abuse of the guy. There's some kind of abuse going on because he's mentally ill and she's taking advantage of
Right.
it. So this guy is like super angry at Ender because he pretty much called her out on that. And he's saying that he's committing some kind of like fallacy, you know. So Andrew answers. She asks, "What are you gonna say that you didn't that you never treated a woman wrong?" And he answers, "No." And then he clarifies that she's a horrible person for doing the thing, for treating him like a dog, and putting him in like sleeping on the floor and
I do remember that. I remember on the
okay.
whatever when he did that one. Yeah.
So he goes on and it's like, well, I either you are saying either I have two options, like either you're lying and said no and that's your answer, or you have some kind of a hidden meaning in the idea of no, and then there's like, dude, that's not how language works. Like, I'm trying to clarify my position. I never said that I have never been mean to a woman. I've never been okay. What I'm saying is that I never treated them like
Like that.
dogs,
Right. Right.
and I never
So he
beat
said
them like
no in order to clarify. And the
yeah,
guy took it as no, meaning he's never done anything. Yeah.
yeah.
That's ridiculous. I'm going to have to go back and watch that now. And Dave in the
It's a
chat
good
is saying Andrew was really charitable with his time and educated that kid. He was really patient. His kindness really shone out in that debate. So now I really have to go see it. Because, and I'm not going to say like anything bad, but I think Andrew's definitely more aggressive than I am when it comes to debate tactics and style. And he ought to be because of the time frame he's been doing it and the people that are out to mince words with him. And then also like he's debated people like Destiny and all these others that have really tried to whittle in. But I would like to see that. I'd like to see how he handled it. So
He did a good job. He actually
definitely
I think he
not
did a good
comparing
job.
myself in any way. Just like I'm different in the way that I try to get 2 points generally, and it's interesting to watch how he does. So, you know,
Yeah, I agree.
so I don't get me wrong. I'd love to be that good, but I don't.
Yeah, I was talking to Conflu. It's like, oh my god, you have the same debate style. I was like, I wish, dude.
I wish. I wish.
I would be making way more money, and I would be, I'd be maybe
Well,
doing some bank.
There's also a temperament question there as well. So
I can agree with that.
I mean, on both of us, right? Because we're not the same as him. So in some ways,
we're
sure.
not.
In some ways, no. So all right, are you ready? Are you ready?
Right? Like, I think universities today are very feminized. I think that is maybe a long-term threat to their viability as institutions of the pursuit of truth. But we're not going to turn that ship around in the next 5 years. So what can we do in the immediate future? I think interim steps are always a good idea. You can have statements of academic freedom. I think definitely schools should try and put those in place now so that the next time wokeness rolls around, we have tools in place to shut it down. But I think that as long as institutions remain feminized, you're still going to have the threat will still be there.
And your treatment plan would be to end affirmative action and retain the idea that we shouldn't discriminate against people, but assess that on the basis of whether someone's actually been discriminated against, as opposed to the number of women you have at your company.
That's right. Although in some cases that might not be sufficient medicine. I think one of the most compelling pieces of evidence to me that the great feminization is not entirely natural. It's not just a product of women have now had a chance to compete, and it turns out they're better at everything. It's not just a natural result of women out-competing men, which is something that a lot of feminists say, right? They say, well, why is your newsroom full of ladies? Because ladies are great journalists. I don't know what to tell you. The piece of evidence that persuaded me that that's not what's going on is the way institutions tend to become more and more feminized with the passage of time. If it were just a matter of women outcompeting men, you would expect institutions to reach 50-50 gender parity and then roughly stay there, if you assume that talent is equally distributed. But
that is a great point, actually. You wouldn't see a fluctuation in opposition, right? You would see
Why would you?
You would see a leveling out. You wouldn't see a complete overtaking of everything.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, it should balance some. I'm not saying that I agree with it should do that, but like, if the move was to balance, it should balance. It shouldn't like be a complete superseding of institutional power of all kinds.
Yeah, I agree.
Because even if we look at the Scandinavian countries, they like balanced for a time and then went back to basically the natures of male and female on its own for the most part.
The Scandinavian countries are very interesting, but I think they're very interesting for the wrong reasons.
I agree.
Like,
I'm only using them as an example because if we said we're going to give every opportunity in open way for both sexes to go wherever they choose, and it slowly goes to like 50-50 and then reverts back to its normal way, then that tells you something. That's all.
yes. Well, the thing is, for the wrong reasons is what I mean is what they show is that there is temperamental differences between men and women, and it's odd because the more dire the situation is, for example, if you go to India, the more likely is that you're going to find similarities in what people are choosing. So when they don't have a problem with the economic stances, they will choose whatever they like. But if they have a problem with with economic, women will probably go towards men-dominated. They tend to go towards men-dominated fields
because it's taking power back for themselves, basically. Control.
Well,
right?
it's because they need the money.
Right.
And they don't have a way to get the needs met.
That's partially what I mean. You have to take control of your situation if you don't have the means otherwise. So you have to do whatever it takes to take care of yourself, right? And in a society where nobody's going to take care of you if you don't take care of you, then...
Yeah. And oddly enough, it's something we're looking at in the United States as well, but it's the other way around. Like, before, there were like all of these possibilities that people were meant to be able to get money and to obtain money, and what we're looking is that women in general, instead of doing that kind of thing. They are getting the money through degeneracy.
Was it you who made this point? I'm not sure if it was you or if I saw it somewhere else or where I got it, but the more that men in this degraded society show that what they want is Coomer type stuff, the more it is the nature of the women to fulfill that. So we're seeing an explosive growth in like all of those degenerative behaviors because it seems that that's what the majority of men are looking for. And so the majority of women, or a huge number of women, are migrating towards those things because they know that that's what men are looking for and will put their invest money into.
I don't think I did that argument, but
Okay.
it makes sense that this is the thing, right? I don't think it's. I think it's I think it's like the cousin debate. This is a compound issue.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's let's say that you have a society and everybody is banging their cousin, and then you're having a problem with gene pool and nobody gets out of the cousin, and you're gonna have a problem with by the 10th generation, everybody is just doing their cousin because everybody is you're gonna have a 50% chance of having some kind of
Genetic
defect because
defect,
everybody's carrying the same defects, right?
Right.
This is kind of the same thing. So you have a society. The society is like valuing feminine traits, so purity. You have the idea of family, and then you have the extras, the guys that are not doing that, like the misfits.
Mm-hmm.
But then usually what would happen is the misfits would get weeded out some way or another. You have the bullies that will do that in school. You have if you were a complete weirdo, you will have problems getting a job. You would have X, Y, and Z, and social expectations were a thing. Right now, we don't have that, so the weirdos are multiplying in a way. So we get more and more of them, and we have no way of whittle them out. So the first generation is 1, and the second generation is 5, and third generation is 50, and you start compounding that.
Well, right, because doesn't each next generation tell whatever their legacy is? This is morally gray or completely okay. And so the one becomes however many he can produce that also see it as okay, like he did. Or she did. Or whoever, right? Whatever. Because you're training the next generation for each person that creates children or offspring. They're going to place at least some portion of what they see the world as on them. And so you're right. It would be like an exponential growth of that system.
Yeah. And the other problem is if in our society we don't have any kind of that, it's just moral relativism. So it's becoming more and more about me. So
right.
This is one of the reasons why I like got why it struck me when I started listening to Randrew and all that is that at one point it comes to that, right? It was like, well, who is the arbiter of truth? And it's like, it's me. And then you're like, oh, wow.
It's funny you say that because like this is something I've said for like a lot of years. Like the self-worship is one of the greatest evils there is for mankind. And that like by no means am I saying this is true or that this is accepted by anyone. But I found it interesting that like biblically the number of the beast is 666, and like the 6th day was the day man's made. Is that right?
Yes.
And so 666 is like man.
Yeah.
And that's
stuck on the forehead.
Me. Right. And which is like your mind or what you believe.
Yeah,
there's all these little things that I put together myself. I'm not saying it's true or anything, but it was symbolic to me that like me or man worships self is like one of the greatest evils, because if you can tell everyone that they're God, which is exactly what Lucifer told them, you can be as gods, that you will see the complete downfall of mankind, because if everyone's God, no one's God.
Yep.
And everybody has the right to do anything to anyone anytime they want. And I'm like, whoa, that's terrifying. And I see it in the world so much that it's like, oh, that's not okay.
And it even gets worse, like, because at the end of the day, it's what do you mean by I can do anything? And then you actually listen to them, and it's like anything,
Anything, yep.
anything.
Well, they won't admit anything right off the bat, because you can tell them things and they'll say, well, that's wrong because it's hurting another person. But when you really get down to it, they don't actually care about that generally.
Yeah,
So
it's
long
like,
as,
and then
right.
you ask them, is this wrong? Well, yes. Why? Because I
Right.
think it is.
right. But here's the
And
problem.
then-
If you believe like they believe, and they don't have any of the value structures that America presented for them, like if they were born somewhere where there is no legal system like we have, where there is no training that you're not supposed to harm others or do these things, and they had the same beliefs they have here, then they become the most horrible thing there could be.
Well, they're projected. Like, it's like, well, I'm against murder, for example. Sorry, I'm against deletion.
Mhm.
I'm tired.
It's fine. You're fine. I don't care.
I'm against deletion, and you're like, okay, what about let's say that there's fascists around. Oh, would you delete them? Oh, yeah, that's totally understandable. It's fine. It's just self-defense.
Right.
But
Right.
but this is like, you've been on a case, and this is like self-defense, and you said that it's wrong.
Right.
Oh, but that's different, because that's not the kind of self-defense I like. It's all me.
It's
At the end
relative.
of the day. It's
It's
so
all
weird.
relative. It's all relative to them.
Yeah.
There's no actual foundation. It's just relative to the situation.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. All right, we'll keep going. Trying not to put you to sleep. Jeez, Emmett, stop it.
Instead,
No,
we see
I'm
that
just
institutions
tired.
that reach 50% women tend to then become 52, 55, 56. The one institution that's way far out at the end of that process is psychology, the field of psychology. 3/4 of graduate students in psychology now are women. It is an extremely feminized.
You know why?
Field. And we see that over and
Because
over
no
in
math.
other institutions as well, although usually not.
No, that's not what I was, that wasn't what I was going for, but it was good. I'll keep it.
So far advanced. As fields become feminized, what it looks like to me is they become distinctly unwelcoming to men. Because if you're a man,
Partially why people, and I'm going to make a kind of a broad stroke here, but there's some truth to it, I'm sure. Part of why people enter the field of psychology is because they themselves have undergone things that they don't quite understand and want to understand why they reacted or act the way they do. Or there's people in their family with some level of mental illness, and they are seeking to either help or understand them better. And so people often enter the psychology field because they've experienced crazy or are crazy.
Yeah, I know that. I agree with that.
So
I want
no
to be a
wonder
psychologist for a while.
I
And my dad said no.
yeah, I'm gonna put a pin in that one.
I was like, I want to give therapy and help people, and it's like, my dad was like, nope. Okay.
I have a decent level of education in it, so
I know.
I'm gonna
I'm just
leave that
just
there.
saying.
I know. I'm just telling you, like, generally speaking, I think that's a true statement. Like, you don't
Yeah,
know
I
you want to
agree.
do psychology unless you've experienced just enough crazy that it makes sense to try to understand.
No, it's true. It's actually a true statement. I agree with you.
and you're interested in psychology, maybe you're interested in particular branches of psychology that tend to appeal to the male mind more, like neuropsychology, the hard science stuff, whatever. But then you show up in your psychology department and it's a bunch of women and they are not interested in the same aspects of psychology that you are. They're not willing to debate with you in the way that you think academic debate should be conducted. You just find the whole atmosphere really, really feminized and you think, do I really want to spend my career here? I don't think I
think a big one she missed is you get henpecked and tone police.
Which is which one? The big one.
And kept in line.
You're muted.
It's not so much.
Oh, no, you're okay. You're back.
It's not so much that you. Yeah, it's more about the henpecking and the social behavior and the.
The handpecking.
It is. It is. You can't ask that. Don't say that.
But yeah, well, they both are social animals at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is kind of a social animal.
True. But there's a difference in how we conduct social.
Or if you, I honestly can't imagine what it would have been like to be a male.
What?
I don't hear her. I don't know why.
What?
New York Times reporter
Really?
during peak woke.
Nope.
Like,
does chat hear
Is
her?
that me?
I don't know if it's you.
Yeah.
Are you going crazy?
And I can't hear you either.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
I can't hear you.
Really? Do you have me muted on your end or something? Wait, let me look at something.
There's still nothing.
My stuff looks fine.
It's
Hold
me?
on. I think it's you.
What? Am I messed up? How did I mess up?
I don't know what you did, but if chat can hear me, then and you can't, then it's on you.
Well, I can hear you now.
What?
It was me.
What'd you do? Did you turn your volume down? Did you mute?
No. My headset changed from my computer to my iPad for some reason that I cannot understand.
Because sound is an asshole. Microphones and speakers or headphones are jerks. They constantly just randomly change themselves. Like your computer's like, oh, you didn't want to listen on the thing you're listening on anymore. I'm going to switch it. Why? Nobody told you to. You're just going to do it on your own? Same with my microphone.
It's the way it is, I guess.
I don't know why everything does that. I had to go into my computer the other day, Emmett, and like literally delete a bunch of sources so that it would stop trying to switch to them. Even though they weren't default. They weren't set up for anything.
Okay.
It just kept doing it on its own.
It's AI, dude. It's the AI.
Probably.
The way of the futures now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna keep going. You're giving me nightmares.
We all caught a glimpse of the internal workings of that institution during the Barry Weiss saga when they sort of bullied her out of her job. But it really did seem to be quite a toxic place with lots of backbiting and gossip and factions and teams and cruelty to people who work for your same employer, to whom you owe a duty of basic professionalism. So people seem not to be meeting that basic duty. And I think if you were a man, you would find all of that deeply alienating. I mean, any human being would find that deeply alienating. So what that means is if you're in an institution that has become feminized, it's only going to get more feminized as men find it unwelcoming and go away. If we now want to reverse that process, we may have to carve out little islands within psychology or journalism or wherever and say, all right, this is going to be a safe space for men to pursue this.
Yeah, it's called get them the fuck out of the workforce.
I think it's called we got to buck up and make some hard choices.
Institution of this field in a masculine way.
This sounds like somebody's gonna get out of the universities very soon.
Yep. Actually, I've been witnessing a lot online recently where it's like there's like a growing atmosphere of we're done with this. And it made me go,
Yeah, go back doing cosplay online. Get the fuck out of the university.
Yep. Pretty sure.
Way, and we're all going to let them do that. It's not going to be okay.
Well, one of the things that occurred to me as you were talking is one of the reasons an institution might carry on with this sort of runaway feminization, to borrow a term from the climate change debate, is the other point you made earlier, which is that, like, I can easily imagine being me in a New York Times editorial room going in my head, well, this is all crazy. Like, why are we doing this? But if you feel the way the wind is blowing, you're probably not going to say anything. And so the corrective mechanism that would have existed once, which is, guys, what are we doing? That doesn't really exist because dissent is not part of the process.
That's funny because before you got here, I was saying exactly that about like stuff we talk about, right? We talk about these things, but if you go out into like normal spaces, people don't, because it's been unacceptable for a long time to even just talk about like Christianity politics or anything, or being conservative or deporting immigrants, whatever it is. It's been unacceptable. And
one of the reasons I just go on and I just say that, so with my chest out whenever I go anywhere, like, yeah, I want this. Yeah, I don't care.
Yep.
I'm gonna be doing Warhammer, and I'm not gonna make any friends doing Warhammer. When they ask me, well, what do you think of the teas? I'm gonna be like, yeah, get the fuck out of my hobby.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, oh my god, how dare you? It's like, fuck off.
But the truth of the matter is, us who are here talking to people online are showing that people are able to talk. Like you're not like, it's not like nobody who sees the world and sees what's going on. We do. And we're talking. Talk. Yeah. Because I think a lot of people like suppressed everything for a long time because it was even if it was mild, it was enough to get you in trouble at your work or at a public place or at a gathering or at a dinner and it's like,
you're still in trouble. Like, you can still get in trouble. The thing is that we're done. Like, doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna do it anyway. What happened? We complied and they still did it. It's like,
you're right.
Fuck off.
You're right. Exactly. So anyway, I did say that earlier, and it's funny that he's basically saying that now. Like,
yeah,
if you were in a place and everybody there, they don't agree with you and they'll cause strife and trouble in your life, you're just going to not say it because it's just going to destroy your life. But we're past that point now.
Well, why would you? Yeah, we're done. It's like we're past that.
Like I said, we're at the point of what is it? We're just done.
It's not encouraged and tolerated, it's punished and ostracized. That would sort of explain the runaway dimension of all of this, right?
Definitely.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
The thing that I worry, and I've been talking about this quite a bit. Constantine's gonna.
Is your mother from Venezuela, mate?
No, it's the fact that I used to be a teacher.
All right, go on.
No, it's the kind of the death of the maverick, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
We used to see, whether it was in movie making or acting or journalism and all these professions, there'd be that kind of rebel voice, which was kind of accepted and tolerated within the industry because they'd be like, I mean, he's kind of, and it all frequently was a he. I mean, he's kind of kooky, but sometimes, he'll say things or do things, you'll be like, wow, that is genuinely brilliant. And he's the only one capable of that because he's got this, quirky, individualistic, rebel type mindset. And my concern is with the feminization, if it's true, and I believe it is, which values homogeneity, you're going to eliminate those voices. And those voices or personalities are very frequently the people who drive an industry forward. because they're the ones who innovate.
Kind of like socialism and communism. Silence those voices and stamp them down.
And it's so hard to quantify that,
Well-
right? So when people come to me and say, what have been the negative effects of the great feminization? That, I think, is at the very top of my list. That's one of the most important ones, that if you've got HR ladies planted in every single institution and who see it as their mission to get rid of exactly that maverick type of personality, there's so much innovation that we're missing out on, but we don't know what would have been. One of the cancellations that affected me very emotionally, very deeply, was, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was the astronomer or astrophysicist who had just like landed a satellite on a comet or something really impressive like that. But he was wearing the t-shirt with the scantily clad ladies on it. It was like a bowling t-shirt.
I remember this.
Yeah. And somebody said, oh no, he's got scantily clad women on his t-shirt. And they put him through a struggle session for disrespecting women. And I was thinking, this guy just landed a satellite on a comet. Focus on that. He's so impressive. And you're putting him through this horrible public shaming. But that's the way wokeness works.
Interesting. Public shaming. You know what that reminds me of? This is the same thing. This is purely this is as it was said, this is religious. Still religious.
It is indeed. Damn it.
So they're doing once again we go back into religious territory.
We do. Well, I think that a lot of it was adopted. They looked out and they went, you know, they do a pretty good job over there. Let's steal the idea and twist it up and use it for our own. Yeah, it affected me deeply. I forgot his name, but good catch, Mr. Mister, because I almost called that out too. I was just like, was it really that effective? Because you don't remember anything about it for sure.
He did something. I don't even know what. Like he got into a comet or something. Yeah.
It's almost like how things felt was more important than what it was, right?
Mm-hmm. And the reality is that if I had been him and the people would have been telling me, like, we're going to go to a struggle session, I would have laughed on their faces. Because that's what we should do when the fucking HR comes at you with, that was not very nice. How you'll be like, fuck off.
No kidding.
Like, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
Doesn't even register to these
Give me
people
my paper,
that this
I'll
guy has
sign
done
it.
something
Leave
deeply
me alone.
scientifically impressive, that he might be a singular human being. For all you know, he might be the only person on the planet who could have done that. And all you care about is the shirt he's wearing.
You might phrase it as it's not mission driven, it's process driven.
Yes.
And if you take away the male or female out of this entirely, if you look at industries, departments, government departments, etc., if you think about we run a small business, which is what our podcast is. We only care about one thing. That's the results. That's the mission. If we cared more about the process, I can immediately tell you that would make a worse product. But it's natural. It's the end. Of course, you would. If you focus on the mission, you're probably going to do everything towards the mission. If you focus on the process, the mission is secondary by nature. So I guess what you're saying is we've kind of gone a little bit too far in the process direction.
So again, that comes back to what I said earlier. The process is like focusing on the right now, the immediate, all the time, rather than the long-term goal. If you're focused on the instant or immediate gratitude or gratification or the process, then you don't have the goal in mind. You just have the process right now in mind. And if that's your guide, you're like going through a maze rather than, there it is, let's plot a course.
Yeah,
There's a reason why you
I think so.
tend to see women underrepresented at startups, because startups of all the kinds of institutions in the world tend to be the most mission driven. They're all focused on just one thing, getting this company up off the ground. You start to see more female employees when it becomes a bigger institution that has an HR department and more staff and things like that. Women tend to thrive in that. But when it's just 5 guys in a garage, as a matter of simple demographics and observation, we observe that there are fewer women in companies of that kind.
All right, Helen, one thanks to you. We're not hiring any more women.
It's just white men from here on in.
Yeah, that's it. It's all about the mission. The mission is to keep it male. Helen, it's been great talking to you. Thank you for coming on. It's a very interesting perspective. We're going to go to Substack where our audience is going to ask you their questions. But before we do, we always end with the same question in our main interview, which is, what's the one thing we're not talking about as a society that we really should be?
Falling birth rate. Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot on this show, but I totally agree with you.
Other people.
Other people.
Less enlightened people.
Less enlightened people need to talk more about that. Thank you so much for coming on. Head on over to triggerpod.co.uk where we're going to ask Helen your questions.
Dang. Number one thing we should be talking about that we're not is falling birth rate. From the horse's mouth.
Well, it's true. If you don't have the way to actually populate your own population, the collapse is not, it's not going to be pretty, because one of the things that people are not understanding is that it affects people at a higher age. So when you're going to be 80, when you're going to be 60, 70, 80, there's not going to be, you're done. And there's no way that you can actually don't fuck yourself in that situation.
Right.
Like,
one of the things that I've had people ask me when I say that it's a huge problem is they're like, well, what does it matter if it's other people? Like, what if other people populate it? It's not like it has to be your family. Why do you feel that way about it? Do you think it needs to be like the white people that get to have America? And I'm like, it's not about that. It's about our way of life. And if we just populate it with people from somewhere else, then everything we have done and started and built and the way of life here disappears. It just becomes that place, not this place. And they're like, well, why does that matter to you? Why does that matter to you? And I'm like, because my legacy actually matters, because I have children that I want to see have a good life, and I want their children to have a good life. I want things to be better for them in the way that we believe is better, which is a moral, Christ-centered society.
Otherwise,
and it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that if just whoever from wherever gets to have all of it.
Well, it's a legacy, and I agree with you. Abe, we went through all of that. I want to go to bed.
That's a good idea. I think I should go to bed as well. The question then becomes, where do we send our faithful friends? Who is online, Emmett? Do you know? Do you even know?
Teriyak is online.
Teriyak's online? Okay. Maybe I'll send him to Teriyaki Land. Teriyaki-landia. I guess. Unless there's somewhere else that my chat knows about, they would like someone to get it. Chat, what do you think? And thank you for hanging out with us through that semi-painful conversation or review.
Very conversation and review.
You know, whatever it is.
Drywired. Yeah. Thank you for being here. We're good one.
Indeed.
I'll let you to set it up. Thank you for the convo and the hanging out. Abe, have a good night.
Thank
I
you.
really have to go to bed.
All right, man. Have a good night. Rest well. See you next time. All right. Chat. Thank you for watching. God bless you all. Have a wonderful night, and I'll see you again.